It's a Wednesday morning in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
It is a gorgeous 44-degree start to the day, and it only gets more gorgeouser from here.
Summertime.
Yep, high of 65, could be diddling 70 in some parts, and it looks like it's sunny all day long. And the run continues, high of 57 tomorrow, high of 50 on Friday, and your way too early parade forecast, 52 on Saturday.
Damn.
And dry.
Come on, much like your mama. Because I'm not around. Because when I get around, it gets down. Can we talk about what just happened over the last 30 minutes here in this
What
building?
did I miss?
What happened?
All right, well, it begins with Tommy coming in, and he's got gossip for us,
Oh,
man.
he sure does.
He's all excited. He's got his stupid Jacques Cousteau hat on. He's got his turtleneck with his shade. He's like, ooh, I got it, and I got to report it. So he comes in and he's doing his little dance, right?
Yeah.
He's got his gossip dance, Kimmy, that he likes to do, right?
Yep.
He's walking
As
around.
he's taking off his layers. You know.
And as he's putting things onto the counter, you realize there's one thing you haven't put on the counter yet.
My coffee.
Okay, which sucks. And you actually start to freak out because you know what this means.
I got to walk all the way back up to the car outside, 2 stories up to get my goddamn coffee.
Stories up. It's like 15 steps, man.
No, but it's up.
Okay.
All right.
So
Got
Tommy,
to go back out.
Yeah.
he does his little drama dance, gossip dance. He goes back outside. Kimmy and I in here, we're laughing about it. You come back in, and you realize,
I did not leave my coffee in the car, thank God.
where was it?
It's still at home.
Okay.
Sitting on the counter where I left it.
So you left your coffee in.
That'll throw off your morning.
It really screws me up.
So if you listen to the break room, you know that Tommy, what do you think? You drink 6 cups of coffee a day?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. More?
Nah. Like a day like today, maybe a little bit more. I might go iced in the afternoon.
Okay.
Damn.
all right. So if Tommy doesn't have his coffee, he becomes the biggest bitch.
We
And
would all be miserable.
Yes. And you know what a bitch, Kimmy, he is just baseline with coffee.
Yeah.
You don't want to know what coffeeless bitch Tommy looks like.
It's my strongest addiction, believe it or not.
And further, you are such a cis-ass priss, you will not drink the free coffee here at the
You'd
studio.
you'd rather ruin everybody's day than go have a cup of coffee upstairs.
Yeah, because I don't want tetanus. That thing, that decanter, that is browner than my ass. Nobody cleans that thing. It's rancid, and they get the chintziest I never heard of coffee up there.
Oh, my God. Do you hear yourself
It's
right
not even name brand.
It's free.
It's crushed peanut shells.
So there are several options at this point, Kimmy.
Yeah.
We could go out and get more coffee
Sure.
because we
How we
still
doing
have
that?
25
Right,
minutes.
try
while
We're
you're-
in a food desert.
Okay, we're not. There's a Dunkin' right around the corner.
Yeah, but I don't think that one's open.
It's open. It's
It
open
is?
when I'm driving
Oh,
in
wow.
at 3:30.
Usually they
I
don't
didn't think
open
that
till
one was
5.
open.
All right, but you're not going to go back out to your car. You've already gone out once.
Well, yeah.
And you could Grubhub or Uber Eats, but you don't know how that works.
Ooh.
Am I wrong?
No.
Okay. So, no problem. We've done this before in the past in a Tommy coffee emergency. I go, listen, I'll Grubhub you,
right.
Uber Eats you some coffee.
All right.
And you, like, do that fake-ass, selfish-ass, like, no, you sure? No, man.
No, don't
please
bother.
Okay,
I'll be
latte's good.
fine.
Okay, fine, latte's good. So here's the thing.
What?
If you're going to Grubhub, Uber Eats something, you're not
Got to
just-
make it worth their while.
Right.
Yeah, you're not doing one cup of coffee.
All right, so you load up.
Yeah, so I figure, all right, I'll do my good deed for the year. You know, we have 3 other shows in this building. I'll take a walk around and see if anyone wants anything. So I start on PXY down the hallway, and I stick my head in there, and it's just Moose. And I go, hey, man, I explain the whole thing.
Yeah, what does he
I
say?
go, what do you want from Dunkin'? And he goes, just give me a latte with almond milk.
You gotta be kidding me with this kid.
You got a latte with skim.
Yeah, regular American skim milk. Almond milk.
My favorite Steppenwolf song, American Skim!
How do you even milk an almond?
Is that coffee not kicked in yet? Or?
Yeah, you guys basically ordered the same thing.
Yeah.
No, his way.
You can only, I think you can only mock
Hipster
another
milk.
man's coffee if you just drink straight black coffee.
That's a great call.
Who
She's
drinks
right.
straight black coffee if you're not a 70-year-old Italian woman?
Men who work on
I-
the railroad?
Yeah, that's it.
I don't mind straight black coffee.
Oh, she's more of a man
Well,
than
you're
you
dressed
are.
like you work on the railroad.
Thank you.
All right, so then Breezy's not here yet, or his
All right.
co-host. I go, hey, what does she want? He goes, oh, she doesn't want anything. Which, you don't know that. You don't
Yeah.
know that, and I'm going to look like a dick if I know. I go, you sure she doesn't want anything? Yeah, no problem. I go, all right. So then I move down to the country station, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Bo and Hope, they're in there, and I explain the situation. I go, what do you guys want? And Bo goes, I'm good. Don't worry about it. I go, okay. So I go to Hope, and she goes, how about a breakfast sandwich? I go, yeah, no problem. And Bo goes, ooh, that actually sounds good.
Okay, yeah.
I go, okay, all right. I go, you want one of them too? And he goes, yeah.
All right.
Okay. So I'm ordering 2 breakfast sandwiches, and as I'm ordering the breakfast sandwiches, Bo goes, you know what? I'll have a cup of coffee too.
All right.
But it's like a specialty coffee. So like now I'm like the maitre d' as they're like firing orders at me, right? And I'm happy to do it, no problem.
Okay.
Right? But now like I'm like having to be like, slow down. I mean, yeah, okay. So then TJ, she's on her way in. I go, do you think she's gonna want anything? And my thought process there was, Tom.
Yeah.
You guys know her. You work with her on a daily basis. You can just tell me right away what she wants.
Yeah.
And Hope, being the sweet kid that she is, goes, hold on. And she gets TJ on the phone.
She wants to make sure she gets it right.
This is getting pretty intense for a coffee run.
Yeah. So now I'm standing there while she's waiting for TJ to pick up. TJ picks up and then proceeds to give her another legitimate order, coffee with specialty and the food that she wants.
And she wants a sandwich too.
Yes, and she's writing a muffin, and she's writing. Hope is writing down what she wants. I'm standing right here.
Yeah, just put her on speaker.
I'm standing right here.
Yeah.
So, all right. So I finally get all of that in.
Wow.
And then the even dicier proposition.
What happened?
Spazano's down the hall. He's right next door.
Oh, yeah.
So I go to poke my head in their studio.
An Italian ordering coffee.
He's not there.
What?
I mean, he's here, but he's not in the room at the time. And I'm like looking around.
He
and
likes a double Americano with a shot of Sambuca on the side.
Wait, you say, oh my? Double Americano? I can't find Spazano.
Oh.
And
you
now
got to
we've
get this
lost
order
him?
in.
Yes, well, we do. Well, he's in
Somebody
here.
check the river.
He's in here somewhere. I don't know if he's upstairs. I don't know if he's in the bathroom. And Kimmy, you're right. We have to get the order in before the show
Sure, it
starts.
takes a little bit of
Right.
time.
Yeah, and we leave it out on the step. We run the risk of
Right.
somebody just grabbing it and running away with it,
Yeah.
and then we're out all our food. So I had to make the order without Spazano. So all of this headache and pain and strife. And I know there's going to be follow-up because Breezy didn't get something, and I know Moose was just like, yeah, whatever, I don't care. And then Spazano is going to see everyone else have it Dunkin', and someone's going to be like, oh, yeah, Duffy got Dunkin', and he's going to think I
Stiffed him.
Yeah, which I didn't. I did not. I couldn't
Right.
find the man. And this is all because your stupid ass couldn't remember your cup of coffee this morning.
Now, this is proof that no good deed goes unpunished.
Yeah.
Because you could have just ordered the coffees in this room, and we could have gotten it and just moved on. But Hero in the hallway
Are you kidding
has
me
to
right
go
now?
down
Are
with
you
his
kidding?
with his order pad and
I
start
mean,
taking
I mean,
orders, man.
I didn't get anything, so maybe I could say that, but we started this because of you.
Right. But it started because I didn't say nothing. I just figured,
I
no
couldn't
coffee.
just get one cup of coffee delivered to the building.
No, but you offered to do it, which is very gracious of you.
I wish.
And now you decided to go up and down the hallway like some town crier for Dunkin' Donuts.
It's the only way we were going to pull this off.
Oh, he could have gotten. And by the way, why didn't you get nothing?
Because I wanted a Diet Coke, but they only have wild cherry Pepsi.
They don't have a little diet section for
just-
skinny little pet.
Did you hear how I just bent over backwards only for you? Didn't get anything
You
for
did
myself?
a great job.
Go F your
And
ugly ass.
And the great thing is you don't even bitch about it.
Are you kidding me right now?
All you've done is
Are you kidding me right
complain
now?
about
Are you-
everybody's order. You don't even like how
Well,
Hope.
this is the last time we're going to get Grubhub for you,
Seriously. What a piece of crap you are.
What?
I'm not complaining. I just couldn't believe things got so
Wait,
complicated.
do you need? Oh wait, I gotta pay you, right?
No.
No, I'll pay you.
No, I don't want it.
I can pay you Friday. I can't pay you. I can pay you Friday. Can you wait? I'm a little short.
Yeah, you're always a little short.
Yeah.
That was
Not
better
with your mama.
Okay.
I would long and hard.
How do you milk it home, you Thank God that this brilliant cavalcade of jokes has the caffeine it needs to get
Yeah.
punchlines like, how do you milk it home?
Gotta let it kick in a little.
What
It's
are
so
they-
bad it keeps getting brought up.
It's not even wrong. Why do they call it Ovaltine? Get out of my stupid effing face. This is the last time I do anything nice
No,
for
it
you.
isn't.
Yes, it. Oh, what is that? A threat?
You keep doing this stuff.
I'm done now.
You can't help
No,
yourself.
you can't help yourself but open your stupid mouth because you could have just
I
taken.
guess he'll be grumpy either way, so maybe we should have just skipped the coffee.
Yes.
It's unbelievable. It is unbelievable.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
No, here's why.
You told me it's unbelievable.
Give me the coffee back right now.
Oh, I'd love to give it to you.
Yeah, why don't you?
Yeah.
Hey, by the way,
You
does
can.
it taste good?
It's very good.
Yeah. Doesn't taste different or anything, does it?
No.
No, it doesn't. Okay.
A little bit.
Yeah, a little bit different. No, because
It's tangier than normal.
well, yeah, it's weird because like when I got here, right, and I dropped off everyone else's order, and I looked in there and I realized it hadn't been stirred well enough.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? It still hasn't. Maybe you needed some help.
Like, here's what is
Hey,
mind.
Bo, could have given you a hand.
Here's what's mind.
Big old country dong. Country dong. It's nice and long. It'll stir your latte. Latte, unappreciated boy.
Everyone knows a country dong won't touch a skim milk latte.
That's true.
That's against the Bible. Kimmy, what is the most mind-blowing to me? As Tommy leaves his coffee at home, we go out of our way to Grubhub coffee.
By the way,
You,
don't
I didn't do
include
anything.
her.
Yeah, I
Okay,
didn't
you're
do
right.
How
anything.
was she getting included
No, you're
in
right.
this
She's
weed
actually-
thing?
I did
you're right.
0 things.
She's actually better than you because she was like, no, I don't want anything. She refused it because you could have said no.
Because Queen Chintz don't want to owe.
I wasn't
No,
going to.
I
I'm not
just-
going to. She
I
knew I
already
wasn't
had
going to
my
ask
cup.
her for money.
Because we don't get paid till Friday, bro.
I didn't see you. Queen Chintz, I don't see any money in my hand for your
I
latte.
offered.
Yeah, and because you're my friend,
Well,
I was
it's
like,
weird.
no, don't worry about it.
I said I could tide you up towards the weekend.
It's weird. The people down the hall, they didn't even ask. They just did it.
yeah,
right?
they
Like,
Venmoed
did
me.
you?
Yeah.
Oh, it's so cool.
No, but here's what's more mind-blowing. You leave your coffee at home. We Grubhub for you so you can get your food here, whatever. Like, get your coffee.
Very
I'm
nice
fine
of
with
you
it.
guys.
Have it. Shut up. They're all unbelievably appreciative. Like, they've thanked me, and I don't want it. I don't need it, but they've thanked me over and over and over again. I barely see them.
What
you
did
are
I
one
do?
of my best friends. We work together 5 hours a day, and you're sitting here 8 minutes after your coffee gets here. You think it's so good? Gotta be flashy cat. What a dick.
Going around your little Olympic vest
Here's what
with
makes...
your little swoosh.
I'm done talking to you. I'm going to talk to Kimmy now. Here's what makes it worse.
Yeah.
What's that?
So you're not Kimmy. Both Hope and TJ
Yeah.
gave me more money
Than what they owed.
than what they got.
Well,
Which is weird
I
because
feel
they're
like you-
chicks.
Yeah.
They usually go to the dime.
Yeah. What
Uh-huh,
about you,
yeah.
though?
Yeah,
What?
where are your dimes? Where's your
Again, look
bag
at my
of
bare hands.
I would do that too, though. I always overestimate if I'm paying somebody for something small like that because I don't want to be short.
No, but isn't the impression like if I'm saying, hey, I'm getting breakfast, like,
Yeah.
you know, you offer to pay and I go, no, don't worry about it. And then it's over. Like, I hate this like fight back and forth. Like, I'm happy to, you know, I just sprung this on you. You were
Yeah.
expecting to spend this money. Like, it's cool. And eventually it all comes out in the wash. Like other people,
Absolutely. That's what I'm saying.
you've never done this ever.
What? Oh, I haven't bought you drinks?
Bro, you
Oh, my God. I haven't bought you alcoholic drinks at high-end restaurants?
You didn't pay for those drinks.
But you were riding on my crooked dime.
Yeah, so shut up. It don't mean nothing. It don't mean nothing. You're buying
I could have gotten any 15-year-old in that bar drunk, bro. I chose you.
Do I have to go to Spazano to explain myself before somebody
No.
else figures
Yeah,
it
I
out?
mean, it might look a little funny unless he just doesn't notice.
Yeah, he might not even know.
No, man, we're radio people. If you see food in the building
Yeah.
and you didn't get offered
Did he
some,
see you open the door for the person?
I don't know because I was so concentrated on getting back here before
Right.
the show started. And
Yeah,
then
because if he watched you open it, pass out all the stuff you ordered, and skip the studio, I can understand. Hey, wait a second. What did I do wrong?
and this is all your fault. It's all thanks to you because you stupid old
You offered,
dementia
man.
ass can't remember your effing coffee.
You
at home.
offer to do things.
I-
You're just like my father. Like,
here we go. Here
my
come
old man
daddy
would do
issues,
stuff for
Tommy.
you. Oh, you know, you're ruining my retirement.
Is that what I'm doing?
Exactly what you're doing. I ordered it just so I get treated.
I did not say a word to you.
You know, Jesus did miracles. He didn't go, hey, I gave you guys all fish. What the hell?
No, the miracle
That's
I'm
literally what the hell.
The miracle I'm trying to work is do a show with a guy that wonders how you milk the almond. That's going to be the miracle of the day.
Gets brought up again.
I may be
That's a
canonized.
dynamite bit.
I could be canonized by the end of this show.
I don't know what that means.
Become a saint.
Oh.
Made a saint.
Cantonized?
Canonized. No, cantonized is when you get into the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Wait, Jesus is in the Hall of Fame?
You think Jesus can't throw an 80-yard touchdown pass?
I never saw his stats.
I hope you choke on that coffee. That I dip my penis
It is
in.
delicious.
Good. I'm glad
Dunkin'
you.
Donuts.
Yeah, bet it is. We got it. Well, you want to say something?
Nope.
We got a dynamite. Just be appreciative, you dick.
Yes,
kind
man.
of break up for you on CMF. Okay, we have a very loaded up, super exciting show.
Wow.
Well, first of all, it's Wednesday. You know what that means?
I think we already started with the hate, but
well,
maybe even more hate.
Okay, yeah. It's Wednesday. It's 8 o'clock. It's time for Hate Mail of the Week. And 2 weeks ago, we told a story about how men, according to a new study, were way more likely to gain weight after getting married than women.
Yeah.
And we didn't think that was like all that crazy.
The chubby hubby.
Yeah. Men might be a little more sensitive about their weight than we thought.
Oh, why?
Because we were inundated with messages, both through the mail, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, from dudes that were like defending their weight gain.
Oh, really?
Almost as if
they got a little offended.
Yeah, Kimmy, it's like they thought we were talking to them personally.
Yeah.
But one letter is not only defending the weight gain.
Yeah.
He's ready to turn the tables and say the reason why guys do this is because of women.
Oh.
We'll get to that just after 8 o'clock. Just after 9, if you were listening to the show on Monday, you heard the tale of a man outside of McDonald's in the city of Rochester.
Oh, yeah.
And he said that the place forgot his hash brown, and he was very upset about it. So a video that went viral on Instagram over the weekend here in Rochester, he set up a speaker, and he started asking, where's his hash brown? He stood outside the drive-thru window and asked over and over, where is my hash brown? I want my hash brown. I paid for an extra hash brown.
Yes.
And we had a discussion, is this man the hero we all deserve, or is he a dick? This man, in the middle of Where They Whining yesterday, reached out to us. We got his phone number because we wanted his side of the story. He will be on with us after 9 o'clock this morning.
Kidding.
And I promise you, if you think you know how all of this happened, you don't.
Wait, there's more
There's
to
more
it?
to the story.
It is. I talked to this guy. I talked to this guy last night.
Yeah.
It is 1,000 times better than you could ever imagine. I promise you.
Yeah.
Set your phone alarm right now. Come back at 9 o'clock. We'll recap the whole story, and you will hear why this man ended up outside the drive-thru window of the Hudson Ave McDonald's with a speaker demanding the hash brown he paid for it. That and a whole bunch more here in the break room on CMF. But first, Tommy.
Yeah.
If you're going to commit a crime, you need a good getaway.
Oh, yeah.
And that's like the number one thing, right?
Quality ride.
So then the accusations this man is facing, they were shot in the ass from the beginning.
What happened?
Well, if you can't get away when you want to get away, you're probably not getting away.
Yeah.
And we'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. The most important part of a successful crime is a smooth getaway.
Oh, yeah.
So important, in some crimes, there's actually a designated getaway driver.
Oh, yeah, a wheelman.
Yeah. So it's safe to say that this man's plan to get his hands on some free stuff was, without a doubt, going to end up with him in handcuffs.
He did not have a wheelman?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Just after 6:45. Speaking of crime, there is a difference between illegal and immoral.
Oh.
And for a very long time, we thought that this thing in New York State was immoral. It's definitely immoral, but not illegal.
Okay.
And it turns out we were wrong.
Wait, so it's both?
It's both illegal and immoral. And when you find out what it is, you're going to be shocked, so shocked, that there has been bipartisan support to make this no longer illegal in the state of New York. And we will tell you what it is and how some men and women listening have broken the law and don't even realize it.
Oh.
Just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. The story comes to us from Chilai.
What happened?
Well, the Wegmans out that way.
Oh, that's a nice one.
Around 11:30 in the morning, security observed a man exiting the store without paying with several bags of stuff. So they got a description. They alerted law enforcement and asked him to keep an eye out for him. Lucky for Wegmans, law enforcement didn't have to go that far.
Oh, yeah?
Authorities say the man was located just a little while later at a nearby bus stop.
Oh, my God. Those are usually really close to those stores, man.
Yeah. They say
So he's sitting there with the stolen goods waiting for the bus.
They say he was still holding the grocery bags full of stuff he allegedly stole.
Oh, what are you doing, man?
he
Keep walking. He was a wheelless wheelman.
Oh, yes, a wheelman with no wheels,
Yeah.
which is my favorite Irish drinking song.
We've seen this before.
Yeah, so it's funny. Well, no, but we'll get to that in a second.
Okay.
It somehow gets worse.
What happened?
So authorities say he had about $250 worth of stuff in the bags.
Man, that's some nice bags, bro.
But it was discovered after he was arrested, the man had been banned from all Wegmans stores on Christmas Eve for 2 years. So on top of the charge for burglary, they also got him for trespassing. He has an upcoming court date.
Oh, yeah, this guy is screwed.
So, Kimmy, you just brought up.
Yeah, the bus has been used as a getaway vehicle before in stories we've talked about.
This is the second story in the last 6 months where someone has tried to shoplift and wait for the bus. And you can't really think that was going to work, right? You're literally a sitting duck.
Yes. But you are...
Unless you time it perfectly. And
Well,
even then,
no.
they know where you're going.
No, Kimmy, you can't even time it perfectly because the last story we talked about this, if I remember the story correctly, it happened in Henrietta. A man went into the Delta Sonic and he stole Heineken beer, according to police.
Oh, and then he waited at the bus?
He waited at the bus.
Yeah.
He got onto the bus, and the police pulled over the
that's
bus
right.
while he
yeah.
was holding
Right.
the Heineken that he allegedly stole from Delta Sonic.
Well, at least they're using public transportation. It's nice to see people are utilizing the services we have in the city.
It is kind of funny to think that he was willing to pay for the bus, but not for the groceries. Now, granted, one is much cheaper than the other.
Yeah, for $1.50, you get home.
You know who I feel the worst for in this story?
That dude looking that sad.
Okay, that is sad, and but I don't know if I have sympathy for him. You kind of
Well,
put
not
yourself in
sympathy,
this
but it is a
situation.
sad look.
I feel sympathy for the other folks that may have been waiting at the bus stop.
Oh, yeah.
Because, like, those bus stops in front of Wegmans always have people waiting.
Yeah.
Especially at a place like Chilai, Henrietta, like Roberts is right down the street, so you get a lot of college kids that are getting groceries and going home. These folks just want to get their food and get back to their place as fast as possible. And now you are sitting next to a dude with bags full of stolen stuff. Cops are putting cuffs on him. You don't know how he's going to react. There's nowhere for you to go. And even if it's calm and cool, you have to sit there looking forward, pretending you're not like, oh my God, what's happening?
But if you take the bus every day, you've seen it all. You had to have seen it all if you take the bus.
If you're taking the bus in Chilai,
No, but you may be going, who knows where you're going?
Who knows, buddy?
But you know, there's a subculture on that bus.
No, I hear you. And I mean, based on all your bus trips, the things you've seen.
Your experience.
I've got some bus under my belt, son.
I got some bus under my... When was the last time you were on a bus? Public?
New York City.
When?
When my aunt died. I've been on a bus.
When have you ever taken the bus in the city of Rochester?
Yes, I have. As a radio bit.
So
once.
shut up then, bitch!
No, I did it with Bull.
Well, wait. The Bull?
Bull on the Bus?
Get out of here.
That was a very popular afternoon show. No, but even when I look in the bus, I mean, it's a subculture of everybody.
You're
When
just
I
sitting
look
there.
in the bus.
When I drive by and I look at a bus, you see everybody in
Yes,
there.
that's what the bus is for.
Right, so what I'm saying is, I think if you're a regular bus rider If you talk to a guy that's had a job for, let's say, 10 years,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and he's taking that bus for 10 years, he's got some stories.
Sure. I imagine he would.
He's seen babies being born.
Shut up.
He's seen people checking out and everything in between.
Mama Had a Baby on the Bus is my favorite Ribs Arkansas song.
Well, I think it's the Allman Brothers, born in the back seat of a city bus, rolling down Shiloh 41.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. A man was arrested after allegedly shoplifting from the Chi-Li Wegmans. They didn't get him when he was in the store. They didn't get him in the parking lot. The security called the cops, and the cops located him waiting at the bus with all of the stolen merchandise police say he took from them. He's been arrested. He's also being charged with trespassing because he got in trouble on Christmas Eve and was already been banned for 2 years from all Wegmans. The weirdest part about this story,
What's that?
there's no one else in your life that was willing to try shoplifting with you.
But you know,
Sidekick.
Well, look, I mean,
but he'd also have to have a car.
Yeah.
okay.
We knew guys doing comedy that didn't have cars and they were in their 40s.
Yeah, but shoplifting pays better than stand-up.
Yes, it does. But even like the guys that they roommated with had no car.
Roommated?
Yeah.
The guys that they roommated with?
It's a word, man.
Well, these idiots on the bus. Yeah, the guys they roommated with.
What
So
would
you're
you call
saying-
if you roommate with somebody? You would
Room with
roommate
somebody
it.
or have a roommate.
No, you roommate
No,
it.
you
Live
don't.
with?
That's a Latin word. Ruminus matus.
So you're saying if you're willing to steal, you and your friends are on the same level of busted.
You probably have. I mean, usually we seek friends at our own level, right? So if you busted, you've got busted ass friends.
No, I'm going to counterpoint you there because a lot of these shoplifting stories we see have two people involved. There's the stealer, and then there's someone else in the parking lot
The
waiting
getaway
for them.
driver.
Yeah, you got it.
Well, sometimes it's like a couple's operation.
Okay, you just make assumptions. They very rarely catch these people. You think they're banging. How do you know they're banging? And a lot of times there's two dudes.
Well, two dudes can bang.
You're right. It's a massive
I get
ring.
the Bravo channel.
It's a
They
massive
banging.
ring of gay shoplifters.
No, but you could be busted and gay and shoplifting.
Wait, so you're saying they're not roommating? They're actually like lovers?
They could be
living
lovers.
together?
They could be lovers.
You could be busted and gay and shoplifting. Yes, you could. I guess you could. I just don't understand how somebody in this situation doesn't have a single friend who also has a car with criminal tendencies.
But you think about it, you're rock bottom, middle of the morning, stealing from Wegmans,
Yeah.
man. Like
This may not have been something you necessarily planned ahead
you're,
of time.
You're
Well, no.
broad daylight shoplifting, man.
I don't know, man. Kimmy, I don't think you're stealing allegedly $250 worth of groceries and not planning ahead of time. I
Well, I
think...
mean, like far enough in advance where you could find somebody to put it on their schedule.
Well, but here's the thing about shoplifting. There's not a schedule to shoplift, right? Like, you go anytime the car's available.
Yeah, true.
Right? You know, it's not like, I don't know if this guy has a job or whatever. Like, if he's not working, it's not like you have to be, well, I got to be to work at 9, so I can't shoplift then. He did it in the middle of the day.
That's what I'm saying. It's a broad daylight, mid-morning shoplift.
So then there's two ways to look at this. The fact that he didn't have someone with a car that was willing to help him out.
Right.
Either your theory that he is busted or he's a dick and no one else wants to do crime with him,
The lone wolf.
or
Yeah.
he's actually a good guy that doesn't want to get anyone else involved in his crimes.
Well,
Man, you're really stretching there.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's possible. Like, if you know that...
you don't want to drag anybody down with you.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I wouldn't... If I'm going to go do something illegal, I wouldn't want it on my conscience that someone else is getting in trouble for it unless I knew they were game.
All right. So you're saying he's got a good soul,
I'm not
this stealer.
I'm not saying that. I'm just trying to come up with a way that somebody in this situation doesn't have at least one friend with a car that's willing to be like, yeah, we'll shoplift.
You know, but he could be one of these guys, too. Like, he had friends and everybody's done with this guy.
Okay, also possible.
You know?
Yeah.
That would be the more likely scenario is that you played yourself into a corner.
No,
here.
but then that blows up
This
your
is
theory.
how you got here. I mean, did you say he got banned from Wegmans originally on Christmas Eve?
A Christmas Eve Wegmans ban.
If you're getting a Christmas Eve Wegmans ban, you probably have a very, very small circle of people.
I was banned from Wegmans on Christmas Eve as my second favorite Ribs Arkansas song. Allman Brothers, that bitch.
Banned from Wegmans on Christmas Eve, which is hard to do in Arkansas.
Okay. Let's take a break.
What?
So we know shoplifting is illegal.
Okay.
Shoplifting is also, depending on who you talk to, immoral. You're taking something that you
Yeah.
didn't pay for. It's not yours,
Right.
somebody else's thing. And there is a difference, however, with most things between illegal and immoral. For example, like, it would be hard to argue what we're going to talk about here is not immoral.
Well, there's like gray morals.
No,
right?
I mean, look,
like some people with everybody's morals are different.
Okay. Almost everybody would agree cheating on your spouse is immoral. Is it not immoral?
It's a natural urge.
Okay, so you cheat on your spouse?
No, but I did.
But why don't you cheat on your wife now? Why don't you cheat on your wife now?
Because I'm in love.
Oh. But cheating on your wife is not illegal.
All right, yeah, right. Yeah, no, right. What, are they trying to make it illegal?
We'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. There is a difference between illegal and immoral.
Yeah.
For example, cheating on your spouse is immoral, but it's not like it's against the law.
No.
Well, state lawmakers are looking to make some changes.
Like what?
Even though there are still people arguing that this should come with criminal charges.
You gotta be kidding me.
Actually, I'm surprised you don't already know this.
I've never heard of such a thing.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Just after 7 o'clock this morning, late last year, we got some news from the West Side that caused Kimmy to throw her hands up in celebration.
Oh.
One of the greatest, oldest school, coolest restaurants right on the waterfront was coming back, baby.
Yeah.
And after being closed for over a decade.
And a lot of people having ideas for it, but never coming through on that.
That's just it. You're right.
Yeah.
And Kimmy, the details we got about how it was going to be when it opened up again, it was going to be exactly what we remembered.
And what people, thought the potential of it was,
Well, after some news yesterday, maybe pump the brakes on getting excited to go back to this place.
Well, they'll probably work it out. Maybe it's just a little misunderstanding. How much could it be?
We'll get to the story just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Did you know, Tommy?
What's that?
That the crime of adultery, cheating on your spouse, is against the law as we sit here in the state of New York.
Wait, he's already on the books?
Yes, the law currently says, and I'm quoting, engaging in sexual intercourse while a person has a living spouse or the other person has a living spouse is a Class B misdemeanor, which is funny because the way that it's written, not only could you get in trouble with the law for cheating on your spouse, it says if the other person has a living spouse, if you're single and sleeping with a married person,
You're also on the hook.
it's against the law.
Oh.
So everybody's guilty. If you're involved in this.
Well,
both parties.
Yes.
No matter what your status.
That's what it sounds like, yes.
So,
I
but
thought
it
you meant
say-
like everybody in the world has cheated on their spouse.
But does it say intercourse only?
It says sexual intercourse with
All
a
right.
person.
We always said, eating ain't cheap.
I've never said that.
No, that's his thing.
You
man.
said we always said. I would like to remove myself.
Men have always said.
Now I am a man. I've never said that. Okay.
Italian men have always said, eating ain't cheap.
According to the story on Spectrum last night,
Yeah.
since 1972, 13 people in the state of New York have been charged with adultery.
How bad are you at cheating?
Yeah, and
That
you would
you're the
also-
only ones that got pinched.
You would also have to be in a position where you could prove it.
Well, it's funny you bring
That's
that up.
where
Did
I
you
would
bring
think it would get
fireworks to bed? How did you get
complicated.
caught and arrested?
The last person charged with this happened in Batavia all the way back in 2010. And I'm surprised you didn't know this was illegal because you're going to remember this story as soon as I bring it up.
Oh, I do. And I remember her. I remember one of the names because it was so unique.
Yes, it was. This woman was accused of having sex on a picnic table of a public park.
Right.
So it was in public, and that's how you could prove it, basically.
Yes, but
okay.
even if you have rock solid proof, it's rare that, again, 13 people
Oh,
since
there was some
1972.
rock solids.
By the way, of the 13 people that have been charged since 1972 with adultery,
All Batavia.
5 have been convicted.
Really?
Yes.
So you had to do time?
No. So
Was
it's
that? Oh, go ahead.
after you.
Well, was that because I'm wondering, because it was in a public place, maybe this was like a lesser charge than what you would get for exposing yourself in public,
Well,
I
no,
guess?
because I remember at the time, and you'll remember the story. I mean, you remember the story now.
I remember the follow-up story where they got in trouble at a restaurant too.
Oh.
But the lawyer for this woman who was being charged with adultery had come out and been like, you got to be kidding me. I've never seen anybody charged with
Right.
adultery ever. And it turns out that New York is one of the few states where adultery is still against
Man,
the
I
law.
thought this would have been some deep
Yeah.
South Bible Belt sodomy law.
I think, is sodomy still against the law?
So I know there was states in the South that had it a while back.
Is it out of the question that sodomy is still against the law in New York State?
So I know Alabama has a sodomy sniffing dog that they bring out. Old Brownie.
Yeah, it was weird because it kept following your mom around.
All the way from Alabama, huh? Walk to West Palm Beach.
Long way to go and a
Sure.
brown streak to follow. Tommy's mom, the dog, won't leave her alone. Kimmy,
Yeah.
when you're done Googling sodomy, could you also look up what other states in the country have adultery on the books as against
But
the
I'm
law?
trying to figure out what the actual crime would be. Like, I get like you cheated on me, but where's the crime?
So it would have to be, this is one of those things. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. That's still on the books from way back in the
It
day.
has to be Civil War crap.
Well, no, even you can make the argument in the 30s, 40s, 50s that if women are completely financially beholden to their husbands,
Right.
Like your father
Oh,
or your
yeah,
mother
yeah,
was to
yeah,
your father, if he cheats on her, her life's over. Mm-hmm. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, like, there's the reason. That's the logical reason to me, although you
But
would
that's
also
why you
assume,
had child support and alimony.
yeah,
like,
because guys back in the day paid that.
So back in the day, I knew guys that when they had child support, it was $25 a kid. I'm not kidding you.
$25 a kid?
A kid.
But-
And I knew guys that were coming up short. And that's not a week, bro.
That's a month?
That was a month in
Oh
full.
my
I'm
God.
telling you.
$25.
Yeah, I knew a guy that had to like pay his old lady like $50 a month in like some utilities, and he was coming up short.
So, I mean, you would also assume that religion had a big part in this back
Sure,
in the day.
but that all makes sense. But I thought we were done with all
Well,
that.
maybe it's one of these things that nobody realized, although it was brought up in 2010 locally and it never got changed. Kimmy, you were saying, I'm sorry.
It's such a random cross section of states that still have this law. Alabama, Arizona, Florida, Georgia, Idaho, Illinois, Massachusetts,
Wow.
Michigan, Minnesota, New York, North Dakota, Mississippi, Oklahoma, South Carolina, Utah, Virginia, and Wisconsin.
That's a lot of states,
I thought
man.
Virginia was for lovers.
But-
Yeah.
but-
Lovers under consenting, God-fearing
But to your
marriage.
point, it's not like just one
Yeah.
region. It's spread out all over the place.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. It turns out that adultery is still illegal in the state of New York. Since 1972, 13 people have been charged. Back in 2010, the last time it happened in Batavia. Of those 13 people, 5 have been convicted. So now lawmakers want to change this, Tommy. A bill unanimously passed the state assembly last week to wipe it out.
Okay.
And now it goes to the state senate, where it should also pass there.
I would think.
And put all of it behind us. But it turns out
Yeah.
there are still groups of people who want adultery to be a punishable by law offense in
Well,
New
they
York.
had to be deeply religious.
Most of them are religious types.
Yeah.
And they
Who
are,
else would that be if you're not a religious person?
I don't know. But the argument they make is kind of interesting.
Okay.
So they argue, like I had brought up before, that adultery destroys families and puts people in bad financial
But it's none of your
situations.
business.
Okay. They also argue it can cause violent confrontations. And that if the person wanted to have sex outside of marriage,
Mm-hmm.
they could simply end their marriage.
True. But that's their decision to make.
Sure.
I mean, why am I getting involved in where you want to put it?
Okay, but
Right? I
Can't
mean,
you-
that's what we're doing.
But can't you make that argument about a bunch of stuff that's illegal? I'm not arguing to keep adultery illegal, but I do find it an interesting argument, right? Like, I mean, we've seen violent confrontations come from adultery. We've seen people become financially destroyed because somebody cheated on a spouse and just took off on them.
But that's the risk you take with putting two people together.
Man.
And I've also known guys that cheated on their wives.
Yeah.
Who really loved their wives.
Okay.
Like
you
like
can't
they
say yes, I
were.
know you didn't.
This doesn't help the argument.
But they had a Jones.
Sure, man. I hear you.
That they didn't want to present to their wife.
I hear you.
And they would go to a prostitute, and
They could also just not be married.
I understand that, but
I don't think
it is what it is.
No, but see, that's not an answer to that. They can just not be married. It is what it is.
But he loves his wife.
Oh, so much so. that
But he's got a
cheating
kink that he doesn't want to bring up to her.
on her. Sure.
Yeah,
For whatever
because
reason.
she'll leave him.
But
Yeah.
that's not on my. I guess what my point is, yes. But it's none of my damn business.
Look, I agree with you. It's not
You
want
to You want to go have tinkle time with Tina down the street? Knock yourself out, man.
Tinkle Time Tina, one of
Just
the
change
least
your clothes if you can't come to work.
Tinkle Time Tina, one of the least successful baby dolls of the 1970s. So if this does change,
Yeah.
with all of this, it'll still be a little while before it takes effect.
It makes us look so jerkwater.
But again, you heard all the states. That was
Yeah.
like 20 states.
There was a lot of jerkwater. There was some surprising states, but there was a lot of jerkwater states.
Okay. So let's say now that
Yeah.
this law is still in effect, and even if it changes, it'll be a little while. Let's say I found out today that my wife is cheating on me, and I have rock solid proof, a video, something like
Right.
that. If I call the police, can I get her charged with adultery?
So they would arrest her?
That's what I'm
Well,
wondering.
that's what
They
I
would
wonder.
have to
like,
have evidence.
Yeah.
Like say I have a video of her cheating.
All right.
Okay. I would almost think you need that solid of evidence
Yeah.
to prove it.
Because why would the cops want to get involved in that?
Well,
You
but
know
she
what I mean?
is breaking the law, and we've seen other stories where, look, the cops don't want to get involved in something, but somebody calls 911, somebody is breaking the
Yeah.
law, and they have no choice but to
But
Yeah.
you
make
would
an
have
arrest.
to prove intercourse. You can't just prove it based on like text messages.
No, I
and
get it.
things
Let's
like
say
that.
let's say
Yeah.
I have a video.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
have
Rock
a video.
solid evidence.
Because look, I mean, the way the cameras are
By the way,
everywhere.
that's a little creepy.
Yeah.
I have rock solid
You-
evidence
I would almost
of
think
my
you'd
wife
get
having
in
intercourse
trouble.
right here.
Would you get in trouble for having that video if they didn't know?
Yeah, there's
That
got to
they
be
were
some
being filmed?
privacy act you're breaking.
Wait, I'm going to get in trouble for filming my spouse having sex
I
with
don't
somebody
know.
else
You might.
You may want to check with your lawyer.
and putting it on a website and charging money for people to see it?
All of you getting in the paddy wagon.
No, I mean, like, Kimmy,
Patty.
we've heard stories of people finding out their spouses are cheating by looking at, like, home security
All
video.
right.
Yeah. I mean, I guess that would work in your favor.
So I guess what I'm asking is, what other charge could the police have rock solid evidence against them where they wouldn't bring a case? Because if this law is still on the books, they are technically breaking the law, and I have proof.
Okay.
So arrest my wife for cheating on me.
And also, if your spouse is cheating, this seems like the worst road to go down. To arrest them.
Why is that?
It seems like you've just added another layer to this situation instead of like dissolving the marriage for the kids, whatever.
You're right, but I can understand in that moment though, when you're processing, what's going on.
All right.
You may want to hurt them in the worst way possible, and this would be a way to do it.
No, I agree
but
with you.
But that kind of makes the point of why he's cheating on you, or she's cheating on you, is that you want that much. You're that vindictive that I want to arrest you because that's how
you feel. That
but if you
trust is
truly
gone.
love that person, even though they hurt you,
if you
wanna
truly
lock
love that
me up?
person. But you may not truly love that person after you find out they're cheating on you.
This is my cheating face.
Are you kidding me right now?
I thought
if
you
you
loved me,
truly
man.
love that person, you just let them get away with it.
No,
man.
but no, just dissolve the marriage.
No, look, I agree with you when it
You're
comes.
right, baby. You're right.
That's probably the better choice. But I can understand how somebody would feel a certain way about it.
Did you just argue that if you really loved me, you would just let me leave and cheat with somebody else?
Well, just
I don't love you anymore
So
because I
just
just
walk
found
away.
out you were cheating on me.
okay, but I thought at some point we had something going on.
Yeah,
here,
maybe
man.
we did up until that P was all up in that VG.
Of a G.
Or VG all up in that P. Whatever the situation
yeah,
would be
yeah.
here. No, because I know you. If you found out your wife was cheating, baby, I love you so much. Tell you what, no.
We're
no,
not
no.
slapping the cuffs on her.
No, but let's look at it in your situation, in all sincerity, not being a dick here. Again, talking about how adultery is still against the law in the books in New York State and how they're trying to change this. You live in your wife's house. She has the money that makes you survive, both of you.
Yeah.
If she cheated on you and bailed,
Yeah.
you're effed.
Yeah.
Like, effed. You too old to make enough money to survive. Am I wrong? You don't have any friends. You don't take care of your kids. Dope chopping, weed transporting would be your only options. Like, you're the one that should be arguing to keep adultery against the law.
But like I've had buddies that got busted, right? And I had that one buddy that he got busted the worst way you could get busted. Banging a coworker in his own bed, middle of the day. His wife walked in, and it was her birthday.
But, Kimmy, that man still loved his wife.
Okay.
He had sex in his marital bed on his wife's birthday with
Nothing
another
says
woman.
love
It's bad.
like
It's bad.
cheating on a birthday.
It's bad. But I will say this.
Yeah.
Nobody gets there alone. It takes two to tango, and it takes two to create a mess.
You're kidding me right
in a
now.
marriage.
You're kidding me.
And I would say that maybe some of the responsibility was on the situation
you
that was
literally
going,
just-
the environment that was going on in the house. Why is that not a valid argument?
Because you just made an argument the other way. You said a man really loves his wife. He just had a Jones. That doesn't.
But the Jones was created because maybe she wasn't into some of the stuff he wanted.
So then leave.
He loves her.
No, he doesn't, because he's cheated on her birthday in her bed. You literally could not have given a worse example.
I knew my buddy loved his old lady,
I don't know where we're going.
but he
can't
just had a problem.
I can't even. He cheated on her birthday. She
So
caught him
wait,
in
so-
their bed on her happy birthday, baby.
She was coming home to change clothes to go out to dinner with her mother, and she literally walked in mid-pump.
But you literally just said he had a problem. So if it's on him, how is it? It takes two to tango.
No,
How
but
can you make the "it takes two to tango" argument?
Because maybe she wasn't giving him what he needed, and the poor soul. He
Yeah,
was
the
just,
poor guy.
He just had to get this relief, And now it's over, Pat.
You notice how he's having this take before 7 a.m. What time
Yeah.
does your wife wake up? I'm scared.
What time do you
Oh,
clean the
tell
house?
me, I'm scared of
Never?
my wife, so I'm gonna have this hot take on cheating before she wakes up in the morning because I'm a little cheat defending little bitch.
Because, like, if she heard this, Kimmy,
What?
Yeah.
she would yell so loud at him in their house.
Yeah, he'd have to cover his ears because they willy hood.
She might even go after him with some karate moves.
Hacha!
So now we got people writing us because you said jail time, asking if you could do jail time for cheating on your wife or husband. And it sounds like, no, it's a tiny charge. It's a misdemeanor. So
So it's like a fee or a fine?
maybe. I don't know if you're convicted. So even if you were tried and convicted of adultery,
Yeah.
right, it probably wouldn't be enough
What are you getting out of it anyway, right?
to keep someone from messing. Well, I mean,
I guess it goes on your record, as a criminal record.
It would up the embarrassment because it would make the news.
Okay.
Right? Like that person, everybody in town would know that your husband or wife cheated on you.
Mm-hmm.
I would also love to know if more men or more women have been charged with adultery in the state of New York.
Well, I know which side should be charged. The men.
Which is weird because they all love their wives, from what I understand still.
I didn't say all. Not everyone. I'm just saying, some.
Some.
You just don't know the story behind the cheat.
The last person charged was a woman.
Yeah, right.
Right.
And outside on a bench.
Was this law initially, because we were talking about earlier, why you would make adultery illegal in the first place, whether it's to protect women who were relying on their husbands, whether it's to force like religious ideas back when that was still a thing here in this country. Could it also have been to shame ladies that embarrassed their husbands when they cheated?
Like you're saying back in the day, or currently even?
Back in the day, right? Like, cheating was bad, and people were scarlet lettered, but there was more of an expectation for men to cheat than women.
Yes.
If a woman cheated on her husband, that guy looked like a bitch back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
Fair?
Sure.
I mean, it's possible we were looking at this the wrong way, that they put this law into place so
to hold women back?
They're home all day. Milkman's coming by.
Oh, yeah, and the postman always rings twice.
Your son don't look like you all of a sudden. He's wearing a satchel full of letters. The hell happened? Kimmy, I'm sorry.
Why?
Well, this thing that she was over the moon about.
Yeah.
I think everybody was pretty
disappointing to
excited.
hear about it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, when we
I
talked
was
about
dying to go.
Yeah, and when we talked about it initially, it was just phone
Just
call
the
after
memories
phone
of the
call.
place.
And they were going to really make this place like a destination.
Oh, yeah. The potential.
It was going to be way nicer than it ever was.
But yet be the same thing that it was before.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
New
So
and improved.
Mm-hmm.
when we found out that Crescent Beach was reopening, something that nobody expected, we were thrilled.
Yeah.
And then this story broke yesterday.
Well, sometimes you get a little glitch here or there. They'll probably work it out.
Just a touch. And again, they're accusations. Just
Right.
accusations. We'll tell you what they are. However, if what this issue is does keep this restaurant from reopening, I think maybe it's time to ask, what is it about this space that keeps it from ever working? And I don't mean from a business standpoint. I mean maybe something a little more cosmic, supernatural.
Really?
We'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. When we found out this long-shuttered West Side restaurant was reopening,
Yeah.
one person in this room squealed with delight.
Yes.
She literally squealed. And she wasn't the only one. Folks from both the West Side, the East Side, all have very fond memories of the glory days of this joint, the glamour, Tommy, and the glitz, and the delish.
Yes.
But some accusations the new owners are now facing might spell trouble.
Pump the brakes.
And based on the history of this place, Kimmy,
Yeah.
maybe there is something more we need to explore.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. You can hear our wonderful voices.
Yeah.
You can also watch the show.
Watch our talk.
That's right. You can log on to the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube or Twitch. Find us on YouTube or Twitch at The Break Room WCMF. I can't even describe what you look like today.
But you will.
No, I won't. The only way you will find out what Tommy is wearing right now.
It's a standard early spring look.
Mm-hmm. It's a good look. It's a good look.
I'm very comfortable in my outfit.
No, I can tell by the way that you're squirming right now. I almost said squealing again. Look at my outfit. You can log on, check it out again on YouTube and Twitch at The Break Room WCMF. Our live streams, all of them, brought to you by our good friends at Three Heads Brewing. Check out their Honey Smuggler Lager.
Ooh.
Malty and smooth, just like you.
Mm-hmm.
Late last year, we got some very exciting news.
Yeah.
The old Crescent Beach restaurant was making a comeback. The owner of Monroe's in Pittsford had bought the place, and they were going to remodel it and bring it back to its former glory. And if you grew up in the greater Rochester area, you've spent some time at the Crescent Beach.
Yeah, that's a good statement.
It was big for Christmas and retirement parties. They were booked months in advance.
Mother's Day was a staple.
Huge. Nice Saturday night dinner. They did the Sunday brunches.
Yeah.
Stuff of legends, Tommy.
A lot of grandpas got lucky at the Crescent Beach.
It was Rochester fancy, which is a specific type of fancy.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's one of the few places you immediately think of when you think of like glory days gone by. And we would have the first opportunity to go and have a meal there since it closed over a good decade ago.
Yeah.
Well,
What happened?
after yesterday, there may be a small issue.
Uh-oh.
According to the Democrat and Chronicle, the owner of the place and a business partner have been accused of what's called a check-kiting scheme. It's bank fraud.
Yeah.
Five Star Bank says the pair opened numerous checking accounts linked to their various businesses and then moved money around to make it seem like they had more money in the accounts than was actually there. And if the allegations are true, we're talking big money.
Yeah.
Five Star says at one point there was a $20 million overdraw on the account.
That's a little bit.
The bank says the group still owes them $18.9 million.
God damn.
Now, a spokesperson for the business says the issues were a possible, and I quote, series of business misunderstandings.
Yeah, you just, put too many zeros on the check.
That spokesperson went on to say that folks who have events booked with this group should not worry, that they are good people in the community and that they are quality employers that look forward to giving jobs to folks in Rochester.
So that means I'm kind of ignorant here.
Yeah.
That means they got the 18 million, they just forgot to put it in. So if it were all good, they just
Where the 18 million is supposed to be is not there.
Right. So
18.9 million.
18.9 million.
Right.
Yeah.
So okay.
But what's $900,000 amongst friends?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's just put it this way. Five Star Bank says these people owe them $18.9 million, and the reason they owe them $18.9 million is because they were committing bank fraud.
Okay.
At least according to the allegations
All
of the
right.
DNC. So, on top of the Crescent Beach and Monroe's restaurant, the owner also runs the Winter Garden wedding venue downtown, the wedding venue at the former Colgate Divinity School near Highland, and last year she took over the food, beverage, and events at Ridgemont Country Club. So,
That's West Side Oak Hill.
as of now, these are just accusations, and we wait and we see what happens. One thing is for sure, however.
Yeah.
This sucks.
Yes, it
Yeah.
does.
It sucks long.
It's very disappointing.
Sucks hard.
But it almost seems like this site is doomed.
So let's
Yeah.
put a pin in that for a second. Because there is nothing that says Crescent Beach doesn't eventually open.
I know, but
But this is just another hiccup in a long line of issues the place has had. Now, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Would you like to come back with me
sure.
and examine some issues? Okay. So the restaurant hotel was built in the 1890s, and it was one of the most beautiful venues in the state of New York. And then it burnt to the ground in 1973.
A lot of things did back then.
The owners rebuilt They added gardens, and that's when the glory years of the Crescent Beach really
I
hit.
mean, Nixon had drinks there.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
Bro, you can't do a truth face. Like, you're so dumb you can't even make
Richard Nixon and a lot of the guys from Kodak had drinks.
Oh, I forgot when Richard Nixon worked at Kodak.
No, but
Did he wear socks with sandals too?
But he also was just, trying to, gain support.
Oh, well, what did it sound like when he was drinking at the Crescent Beach talking to Kodakers?
I really like the Crescent Beach. I love Pat and I might come back here on vacation this summer.
So wait, was Mitch McConnell doing an impression of
They're pretty
Richard
much,
Nixon?
it's the same face.
Okay, great. Eventually, the restaurant was sold in the 2000s, and that's when things started to get crazy. It hit financial trouble. In 2010, the Crescent Beach was seized by the state for non-payment of taxes.
Oh, all right.
So that was taken care of. They opened back up. In 2012, they closed for the season, never to open again.
And that was like the last of it, right?
Of the Crescent Beach we remember.
Yeah.
Someone came in then and bought it, and they were going to open it up as a place called Sulago Bistro.
Ooh.
But that was shut down after the town of Greece discovered illegal construction work going on. They didn't have.
Well, you got to really have some illegal construction going on for them to point it out.
According to the story, they didn't have building or plumbing permits when they were working
man.
on
All
it.
right.
They were just like hammers all over them. Bang, 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 bang. Then some Canadian developers came in 2013. They bought the joint. They were going to open an Italian restaurant. Those folks got busted for code violations and got in trouble for hiring workers and then straight up not paying them.
Okay.
And since 2017, the place has sat pretty much the way it
It's
was.
dilapidated.
Yeah.
I mean, when they show it to you now, like it does. I mean, it looks like it needs to almost be knocked down.
Okay, careful.
Right.
Because you're pissing people off. They don't want it knocked down. They want
Well,
it redone.
it's going to have to. I mean, it looks like you're going to have to completely gut this thing.
Well, and that's why I thought would also scared off some potential investors too,
How
because I
much?
think we've always heard of like there being interest in this place
Right.
throughout the years and
Yeah.
people coming close to buying it, and then nothing ever happens because they say, to your point, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. You would have to
The
do
money.
some major work to it for it to work.
And she was
And
going to
that's
turn
why
it
they're-
into a resort.
And that's why I think that this particular plan for it was so exciting to people in Greece, because it seemed like they were going to come in and kind of know what they were doing.
Okay, so now, 252 WCMF, with the current new owners of the Crescent Beach that were planning to open it up again, facing allegations of $18.9 million worth of bank fraud, according to the Democrat Chronicle. Is the Crescent Beach cursed?
It just
Kind
seems
of feels like it.
How many bad things can one place go through?
I don't
know.
know.
Like when we talked about it, the purchase late last year, we had brought up that it's very weird that a place in such a prime spot had been empty for so long. And now we know there have been at least four folks that thought they could make it work, these new owners included.
Yeah.
And all of them have faced strange allegations while the place was closing or before they could even open up what they wanted to do. Is there something going on here beyond our understanding? Is there some kind of burial ground underneath the Crescent Beach that nobody knows about?
Could
Right.
be.
And again, to be fair, we don't know if what the owners are accused of, one, if they're guilty, and
Right.
two, if that will affect whether or not it reopens. But Kimmy,
But you got to think it's at least going to delay it a little while.
Just a touch.
I don't know how
and
business works, man. I don't know if this is like a common thing that happens in like big business dealings.
And I
Well,
feel
if it
like-
made the news, I'm going to say no. I
There's
mean,
lots
this is
of
like a
full-
lead story yesterday.
Okay.
And I'm wondering too, because I mean, I grew up in that area, so I'm very familiar with the history of it. Does every town have that place that just can't seem to function, or is this like so unique to the Rochester area?
Oh, that's a good question. Does every town have a cursed business?
Yeah.
Probably. Like, yeah, nothing works. I know there was one in Webster where
Was there?
everything that goes in just dies.
Okay, but like there's
And
somebody
it's been every kind of restaurant you could think of.
and it just doesn't work.
And sometimes, like, they switch them over so fast, they get the Italians signing up, but they haven't gotten the tiki torches down yet.
And these are
I don't
places,
know what's going on there. Polynesian Italian, what is this?
That doesn't sound terrible.
It didn't work.
Okay.
and it's places a lot of the time where you can't figure out why it's not working, because
Yeah.
the location makes sense, the setup makes sense, but for whatever reason, nobody can get anything going.
And that's what you're describing here. It's what you're describing here. It's prime waterfront real estate. There's
And those struggle the hardest. Those waterfront places, because a lot of these places don't stay open all year.
Okay, good
So
point.
they can't make the numbers work.
But they would.
They would, and this place is unique because I think it has the only dockage on Lake Ontario.
So you bring that up.
Like, I don't think any place, like, it's like grandfathered in.
So you bring this up, and like getting into the details of what they planned on doing is what makes this even more heartbreaking. According to the Democratic Chronicle, the famous gazebo on the property was going to be fully restored.
That's where Tricia Nixon got engaged.
The famous neon sign was being recreated.
They signed the Paris Peace Accords.
The massive patio on the back was going to stay the way it was. The boat dock was being rebuilt that you just brought up so you could get there by water. They said the menu was going to look an awful lot like the one we remembered from back in the day, including the Sunday brunches with their traditional all-you-can-eat prime rib and seafood.
Which the Stones always stopped at when they were in town.
Do you remember what Mick said when he walked in? And
I can't believe this place is going to be razed, man. This place is beautiful. Give me some more cheap champagne and cocaine, baby.
When I saw yesterday that they're going through this trouble and they plan to do the prime rib and seafood Sunday buffet, since they closed Mario's, nobody's got that.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
Nobody's got that on a Sunday. Why can't we have nice things? Can I just have one place I can go to, like
brunch buffet?
Yes, once a year and just eat my effing face off? Because if this, I'm going.
Yeah.
If it opens, I'm going.
Oh, yeah.
Just give me shrimp and prime rib and all the pastries I can jam on my stupid face. Damn it. This feels like the last chance for this place, right?
Yeah.
It's just, if this doesn't work, it looks like it's just going to sit there. Because think about it. How much money do you have to put into that place to get your money out? That's what I never could understand. Like, if this place costs, let's say that was the money she was going to open up that place with, like $20 million.
Yeah.
How many Sunday buffets do you have to sell and prime ribs and Saturday night cocktails to make it work?
Go ahead.
I think that's why it was exciting to hear that somebody local that owns other businesses in town was buying this place, because you would have thought that they had it all figured out.
And she's got the touch.
It wasn't like somebody out of town coming in to purchase it, and then they figure out, oh, maybe this won't work here.
So you guys are thinking small time. Like, you're not good business people like I am and this woman. Well, minus the allegation she's facing.
Yeah. What do you think?
No, they were going to make part of this a wedding venue also.
Yeah.
That would be huge, and we need a new wedding venue. We do, because all of them here are old.
No, but like that's where the money is.
Yeah.
Like you could charge whatever you want.
Booked every weekend.
And West Side weddings get out of control. They're like Long Island weddings.
No, I hear you, man. I hear you. It's weird because I just went to this East Side wedding. God, it was at the Winter Garden. It was really nice. It was out of control. The music was crazy. The food was insane. Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. But yeah.
I didn't pay for it.
I didn't say you did. Well, yeah, talking awfully fast there all of a sudden, buddy.
What you talking about?
Okay. If this doesn't work, like you said, either this sits empty forever or it becomes something
a collision
else.
shop on the water.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. Like, we talked a couple of months ago about the glory days of the old party houses. You remember, right?
Yeah.
Like your Logan's and your The Party
Diplomat.
House, all of these things. And like what we would give for one more day to walk back into those wood-paneled, smoke-filled, tiny itty-bitty liquor glass places with that 80-year-old blue-haired, curly-haired bartender that was going to treat you like crap, right? Green beans out on a plastic tablecloth.
Yeah.
We were going to get that again, but
maybe
fancier.
maybe people don't eat like that anymore either. Like, I know like that old generation, they went out Saturday night, there'd be live bands, they dance and all that, but where do people live like that anymore? Or is that like some Rat Pack memory that just doesn't exist?
I think that if you had the amount of restaurants back in the day that we had that did that, you're right. They would all die. I think if you had one.
When you have,
all right.
few options.
Like, it's the nostalgia factor. I told you, we went to that place in Buffalo by accident, wandered into that old Italian restaurant.
Oh, yeah.
And there was live music and the food was, it was like being a kid again.
But the way you described it, most of those people were in there were old.
They were.
Which means like the clientele dies off and then it's gone. That's what happened to a few joints around here.
You're right.
We also got a couple tweets from people saying they already started work on the building.
Well, they just pulled up the AstroTurf. Oh, God, what did they find?
Jimmy Hoffa. No, look, I mean, again.
Jimmy does not know who that is.
Like the gangster?
Yeah, the unions back then.
Can we give her partial credit?
Yeah.
Again, it's possible that this still opens, right? That this is just a hiccup. It was a misunderstanding.
It could be.
Again, the folks that own this place say it was a mistake.
Well, the spokesman said they're cool.
Yeah, and I mean, why would a spokesman say anything untrue.
No, they cannot say anything unless they cool.
252 WCMF. We'll take one call. Kimmy, you had asked, as we're talking about, excuse me, the Crescent Beach, the owner and a partner are accused of $18.9 million worth of bank fraud from Five Star Bank. The spokesperson, as we just said, for the business says, no, just a misunderstanding. Yeah. Don't worry about it. But there's always an issue. It seems there is always an issue with whoever owns or tries to buy or rebuild Crescent Beach. Yes, Kimmy. You had asked, does every town have a place like this? Ben's on CMF. Hey, Ben, what's up, buddy?
Not much. How you guys doing?
Good, buddy. Good to hear from you.
Good.
So you were saying if it was like other towns where there's places like this in Macedon on the corner where the old P&C food used to be, there was a Burger King when I was a kid, and it keeps changing businesses like every few years. And the last two things I remember being in there was a barbecue place. And I think currently it might be a Mexican place, but I'm not sure. It'll probably change in like 2 weeks anyway.
Well, no, they did say that Crescent Beach was the Burger King of Lake Ontario. You don't really see the difference between the Burger King and the Crescent Beach Hotel that was built in 1890 and named one of the most beautiful venues in the state of New York. Ben?
Well, I'm just saying, is if you drive by this place, you can tell it was an old Burger King.
Yeah, no,
I'm going to take your word for it.
There's lots of old Burger Kings. And like every town has an old Burger King that's either empty or is something else now.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to help you out with your
I appreciate
story
it.
there.
Well, no, I get it. Thanks, Ben. If there's one thing we need from Ben, it's help.
Macedon facts.
And, look, I maybe you're right about these places not being able to survive, the old school places.
Why is that?
Well, we were talking about the Sunday brunches they used to have with the prime rib and the seafood. Ben actually went to one of these. He's never going again. He leaned into
definitely not.
He leaned into the live crab legs.
What happened?
Bro, one of the crabs still alive.
No.
Still alive, right?
Oh, is that a crab? This crab is tasting me back. That's not fair. It's supposed to work.
Great call, Ben. Thanks for the call, man. I really appreciate it.
Hey, no problem. Have a good one, guys.
I mean, I guess we asked, right?
Well, no, we didn't. Not even.
There's a lonely child.
Not even close to that. Let's take a break.
All right.
I'm interested to the reaction of this story.
Oh, what happened?
Well, every time we bring up a story where a teacher is accused of putting hands physically on a child at school, right? You have folks that'll call up and be like, back in my day, that was allowed. And kids were more respectful. That's what kept them. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Kept them more respectful. And, we should bring back that kind of thing to schools now. Maybe it'll change the way these punk-ass kids insert old man tape. We're going to tell you some accusations that a woman east of us, a kindergarten teacher, is facing.
Kindergarten?
And I'm dying to know, really sincerely, if there are people who will call up and go, well, I mean.
Kindergarten?
It's worse than you think.
Oh, really?
Next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. everything we've ever talked about on the show,
Yeah.
there was someone that is willing to call us or write us and try and defend what someone did.
Oh, sure.
Will that happen here?
Ooh, you got a whopper?
Well, there's a teacher that is in some serious trouble after accusations involving a young kid. And the lack of details we have may not matter to these people's opinion
Oh.
one bit.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Okay, listen.
Yeah.
If you were listening to the break room on Monday, around this time, you heard us discuss a man who last week was at the Hudson Ave McDonald's in the city of Rochester.
Yes.
He had paid for an extra hash brown. He did not get his hash brown.
Right.
He then got a 3-foot karaoke machine speaker. He stood in the drive-thru of the McDonald's and demanded his extra hash brown.
On the PA.
On the PA system.
Yeah. That he brought.
A bunch of people videotaped this or filmed it. They then posted it on social media. It went viral on Instagram. This is what it sounded like.
Where's my extra hash brown? Where's my extra hash brown?
Okay, so yesterday, while we were doing Where They Whining, we took our first call, and lo and behold, it was the man who wanted his extra hash brown.
Mr. Hash Brown.
Yes, he wanted to talk to us about it.
Yeah.
So I called him last night. It turns out, as is normally the case, there are two sides to every story.
Always is. That's why there's two sides to a hash brown.
All right. He's coming on with us after 9 o'clock.
No
this
kidding.
morning. I need you to set your phone alarm and come back.
Can't wait to hear.
Or check it out later today or tomorrow on the WCMF website, our podcast.
Okay.
Because I promise you, you will not see what's coming.
Oh.
I promise you.
Okay.
After 9 o'clock,
Can't wait to hear.
we talked to a man who just wanted his hash brown today here in the break room on CMF. A teacher in a school district just east of us
Yeah.
has been arrested and charged with endangering the welfare of a child after police say they kicked a 5-year-old.
Kicked? Like punted and kicked?
Kicked a 5-year-old.
Yikes.
Authorities say the incident happened all the way back in December, and the 47-year-old woman accused of the crime was the student's kindergarten teacher.
God damn, man. Wasn't seeing that one coming.
The teacher was suspended last month. They will have a court date in late March. And always, as always, it is important to point out right now that folks are innocent until proven guilty. These are just accusations. That being said, Tommy,
Yeah.
whenever we've done stories in the past of teachers accused of putting their hands or physically harming kids in school, there are always people who want to take a step forward. They'll call the show. They'll write the show. They'll talk about how they believe corporal punishment works,
Yeah.
how it's missing in school these days, and that's why these kids are running wild. They were hit. It made them fine, upstanding citizens who don't lie or cheat or are ever rude to anybody.
Yeah.
Somebody want to call and defend this?
Yeah.
Because if the allegations are true, it would be impossible to defend kicking a 5-year-old,
Yeah.
right?
I can't imagine how you could stand behind that woman.
Like what?
But you would want to stand behind her.
Well, no, because she's going to catch you in the
Oh,
back.
she got a leg swing there.
Chop.
Because I think, especially having that job in general, takes a very special, kind, patient
Oh, my
person.
God, yeah.
You know what I mean? So I think you have that image of that person in your head, and when you hear something like that, you're just like, no. You don't even want to believe it.
And like, here's the thing. I'm with you.
Yeah.
I'm with you. Like, I went and made sure the story was right with 5 different sources because there was no way a 47-year-old kindergarten teacher you would think would kick a 5-year-old.
You would think it'd be like misunderstood, like it was an accident.
Which may be the case. I don't know.
Right. I mean,
don't know.
you know what I mean?
Because, like, if you have a teacher accused of hitting like a high school kid, there are 1,000 excuses you can immediately come up with. People that want to will come up with in their head and go, well, that's why they had to do it.
Yeah.
There is not an excuse you could give why you had to kick a 5-year-old. Hell, there could be half a dozen 5-year-olds straight up trying to attack you, a gang of 5-year-olds, and you would still be able to get out of that situation without physically harming any of them.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you could duck, dive, and dodge half a dozen 5-year-olds, no problem.
You can't make the argument I felt scared of a 5-year-old.
Yeah,
I was defending myself.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Now,
Yeah.
there are almost no details to this story.
Yeah.
And let me ask you this, Tom. If the allegations are true, are there anything in the details that could change your mind about how you feel right now?
Not at that age.
Not a single thing.
No, at that age is like, because I don't know how big a 5-year-old is, but I'm guessing like
Slightly bigger than a 4-year-old, a little bit smaller than a 6-year-old.
Oh, okay, that narrows it down. No, they're just babies. I mean, you just add a baby. Like you just coming into like being like a talking person.
Yes.
Like
Right.
informed sentences.
Right.
And tell cute little stories that go nowhere.
And like
We usually call that the Brother Weeze show.
when it comes, and you shouldn't even kick Brother Weeze. No, don't kick Brother
I'm not
Weeze.
endorsing it, but
No.
I understand.
Okay, look. Like whenever we tell stories like this,
Yes.
you know, you try to picture what is going through the head of the person that is accused of the crime.
I guess like you could lose it on a kid, but even so, man,
But
like you're a teacher.
but at 47, if you've had that job
Yeah,
for that
you're right.
long, you would think you've seen it all at that
Right.
point. Like what could work you up to that point?
Yes, and like what if the allegations are true? Could have been going through your head where at some point you were like, you know what, this is a justified thing to do.
So do you think if when I was 5, when I was 5,
Yeah.
if this could have happened to me and it wouldn't have been justified?
No, I mean, bro, as much as you were a monster, you're 5.
'Cause I will say this.
Oh
so,
my God! Wow. Hey, no one can defend this. I agree.
hey, I'm just using my own, and this is my own personal experience.
Okay.
I came home from school, and I went to a Catholic, like, little elementary school.
Yeah.
St. John the Baptist. Molding Catholics since 1944.
Well, but really before Christ, but go
yeah.
on. Yeah.
Well, they got a late start. So I came home, and, you know, he had to wear that white collared shirt with the little red tie and a blazer. My collar was completely ripped.
Yeah.
And the nun did it. Like, she grabbed me and yanked me and ripped my collar. And they sent me home like that. And I told you my mother flipped out, went down, and screaming all like that. But, like, I also know that I was probably a little wise ass to that nun.
Okay.
And I don't know what I said to that nun.
But you said it yourself.
Yeah.
Like at 5 years old.
You don't know what you're doing.
And you're just becoming a person.
Right.
Right.
You're just working it out, man.
Yes. Like.
And it didn't teach you any lessons.
Oh, I got out of Catholic school.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. A 47-year-old kindergarten teacher in a school district just east of us has been arrested, charged with kicking a 5-year-old who she was a kindergarten teacher for. She apparently was suspended last month. She has a court date coming up. You know, you bring up that story of you being a kid.
Mm-hmm.
I want everyone, because everyone has like tiny memories of being in
Kind of. They're very
kindergarten, right?
cloudy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think you would have told someone about this at that age? Because Tommy, you came home with a ripped shirt. Your mother was gonna ask you what happened.
Oh, yeah.
Would you have told your mother that the nun grabbed you had your shirt not gotten ripped?
No, because I knew I would be in trouble.
That's it. It's
Right.
kindergarten. It's your first introduction to school. And that teacher, as far as you know, is God,
Oh, yeah.
right? They make the rules.
Sure.
They are the be-all, the end-all. If the allegations are true,
Yeah.
I'm also curious as to how this got out. Like how the parent found out
Right.
this happened, because there are definitely, I would argue,
Yeah.
the majority of 5-year-old kids would be scared to say something if their kindergarten teacher physically harmed them in some way.
Unless you got
Well,
really scared. Like,
yeah.
You know what I mean?
And if you were another kid telling your parent what happened that day, I could see kids spilling the beans on what went down.
Could be
I
all-
mean, but at the same time, as a parent, you may also think, oh, it's just another story my kid's telling, you know?
Kimmy, and that's just it. Like, it made me feel like a terrible parent looking at the story last night, because I thought to myself, if my 5-year-old, one
Yeah.
of my 5-year-old daughters had come
Yeah.
home and said the teacher kicked me, there is no way I would have believed them, because it is such an insane idea.
Because they're just making little stories.
Yes, I would have. Yes, I'll be
I mean, unless there's a bruise on the kid, yeah, you may not even believe the kid.
But no, even if there is I would think that she fell down, or there was a misunderstanding, or she thought the
Yeah.
teacher did something. Like, I would be afraid, in all sincerity, up until I saw this story, to even go to the teacher of the school and say, hey, my kid at 5 said you kicked them, because it's so out of the realm of logic.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I know. But kids are probably taught now, though, to do talk to their parents.
Yes, no, but it's not about talking to your parents. It's
Yeah.
about believing what
Believe
your
the
5-year.
kid.
I mean, bro, look.
But I guess any story you got to follow up on now, right?
I mean, ideally,
If a kid says something, you got to investigate.
But bro, it's not like my kids are 30. My kids are 13 and 11.
Yeah.
I mean, this wasn't all that long ago. They were 5 years old in kindergarten.
Right.
I don't know if I would have believed it. And think about this. Let's say I did. Let's say my daughter comes home at 5 years old. My teacher kicked me, right? If it didn't happen, you've just now created a serious situation
Oh,
between
yeah.
you and that teacher.
Oh, yeah.
And that would be my fear.
But like, I just don't like if my wife, if the kid said the teacher kicked me, she's in the car. She's going down to that
She's
school.
going to investigate.
Oh, investigate?
Yeah.
No, the investigation's already done.
252 WCMF 252-9263. You know, we had asked. Whenever we talk about corporal punishment and things like that, there are always people that are willing to jump in and defend it, right? Like, because you and I, we were both hit a bunch as kids.
Right.
Didn't work for us.
No, but we deserved it.
Oh, okay. We had wondered if anyone's going to come in here and try and defend this.
Yeah. All right.
Jennifer's on CMF. Hey, Jennifer, how's it going?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. What do you got for us?
So I'm a teacher,
Okay.
and I'm not condoning corporal punishment at all, but you would not believe what 5-year-olds do to their teachers.
Okay,
They,
Jennifer.
They kick, they punch, they bite.
Well, you should feed them.
No, I understand, Jennifer. I get it. I do want to point out one thing before we continue with this conversation. You can't come in and say I don't condone it, and then follow it up with the word "but," though, right? You understand how that's confusing, right?
No, but what I'm saying is she may have just been, it might have been like a knee-jerk reaction. And kids will do anything, whether it's true or not.
Okay. All right, Jennifer, thank you for the call. Have a good rest of the day.
Hey, I'm not saying you should kick a kid, but saying, you want to bite me, kid? Huh?
I'm gonna be.
You looking at me, kid?
Let me straight up here. There are some discussions we have on this show.
I mean, she's a teacher. It's her point of view.
No,
Hey,
you're right.
everybody's right to their opinion.
You're right. But that's just it. There are some discussions we have on the show where I go to the phones and I lose a little bit of faith in mankind. And my hope today
Yeah, what was that?
in having this conversation was that I was going to get more faith put back into humanity, right? We were going to have this discussion. Everyone was going to go with this is unbelievable.
Yeah,
and talk
yeah,
about
yeah,
experiences we had when we were kids and then talk about what you'd believe your kids would say, right? I did not think there would be anybody that would be like, wow.
Especially a female. But there you go.
We're also getting some more details, which actually makes the story
Worse.
so much worse.
Of course. Usually, it never gets better.
Multiple people have shared a story that apparently showed up later last night, that the 5-year-old who was allegedly kicked by their kindergarten teacher is a special needs student.
Oh. All right.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
So what really sucks about the story, past the obvious things we've talked about already, but something like this happening right when school is beginning for a kid has the potential to have long-lasting effects.
Oh, yeah.
Because like most every kid is excited to go to kindergarten.
Yeah, it's all new.
And schools are really good at making kindergarten fun. They want the kid to know that the kid is going to eventually succeed. They make things easy for them. You're beginning what could be a lifelong relationship with learning going off to kindergarten. And an incident like this, if the allegations are true, could destroy that right off the bat.
Thank God it didn't happen to me, man.
But yeah, you're going to blame
I toughed it out.
You're going to blame that.
I toughed it out, bro.
No, but like think about that.
Well,
I
you
mean,
traumatize the kid.
Look, if it happens to any kid, you're right. If a kid is traumatized in that way at that age,
It sticks with you.
I think it would.
Sure.
Right? To the point where you
Don't forget, your mind's just learning. And you're absorbing. Your little mind's there to absorb everything. That's how you learn. Right?
Man. No, it's not worth it.
Well,
No, you know what? Not worth it. All right. So now that we know this story, it's definitely something we'll be keeping an eye on because you would have to assume that this person accused of doing this is going to have a defense of some sort.
yeah, or if it was a misunderstanding. I don't know.
I'm dying to know what it is.
Yeah.
I am dying to know what it is. Yeah, no, you're right. The best case scenario.
It was completely miscommunicated.
Yes, and an accident, a misunderstanding, whatever happened. But if it wasn't,
Yeah.
what are you saying as to why you did this?
Okay.
Because I can't think of a single thing they could say where I'd be like, oh, you know what? That's reasonable. That's a reasonable reaction to a special needs 5-year-old kindergarten student. Okay, let's take a break. NFL free agency keeps going.
Oh, yeah, buddy.
Um,
Who do we lose now?
Well, actually, there was another bill that signed somewhere else, but we'll tell you who it is. We're going to talk about that more later in the show. This has more to do with, Kimmy, a little bit of FOMO, fear of missing out.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because you can make the argument that what's happening now is the most exciting time of the NFL season because every fan of every team believes...
You're watching all the moves being made.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And every fan of every NFL team believes that they have what it takes to go on some magical run.
Yeah.
And as Bills fans, we have been stuck solely on the sidelines watching everyone else get excited.
Kind of a quiet week.
We'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. This is one of the funnest parts of the NFL season, and it's not even close to the NFL season.
What's going on?
Well, look, everybody has a chance at winning a Super Bowl right now.
Wow.
And every fan base, for every team, no matter how good or bad, can make an argument with all the things they've done in free agency why this is their year. And, like, I don't know, Kimmy, like, don't you also want to be, like, doing that right now?
Yeah. But I could be patient because we've seen crazy things happen in the past.
You're hanging out in the break room. It's just Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF right now.
Yeah, what?
You can log on to WCMF.com, enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see John Fogerty at CMAC, June 11th, courtesy of Bowery Presents. Tickets go on sale Friday, 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. Also, just after 8 o'clock. It's Wednesday. You know what that means.
Well, we're going to get our hate on.
Yeah, it seems that men may be way more sensitive than we thought about this specific thing.
Oh, so sensitive about yourself.
Bless you, Kimmy. Because we had a bunch of reaction, but one letter lived above them all.
It's so sad.
We'll get to that just after 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. So NFL free agency continues yesterday. Some major names are on the move. Running back Derrick Henry has gone from the Titans to the Baltimore Ravens.
That was a little shocking, huh?
Former Bills running back Nyheim Hines, the jet ski guy, he signed a one-year deal with the Browns. Bills fans were devastated, some, that former Bills safety Jordan Poyer has signed with the Miami Dolphins.
The Dolphins.
We'll get more into that later in the show. But Bills fans sit and wait every free agency period where for a move that general manager Brandon Beane seems to make when we least expect it.
The big move.
Yeah, because, Kimmy, every year we hear, like, we're not expecting much.
Yeah, it's going to be a quiet free agency.
And then all of a sudden, boom!
Okay.
Well, we're still waiting. Because we talked yesterday about how the Bills signed back two of their own on the first day. Yesterday, the Bills signed their first player from outside of the building.
What are we getting?
Linebacker Nick Morrow.
Yes!
He played with the Eagles last season.
Okay.
He's actually played with 3 NFL teams. He was an undrafted free agent. He started in Philly, but it looks like he's going to be a backup linebacker in Buffalo. And then, that's it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was the only
Well, maybe
signing.
this is good because the team's in good shape.
That's not what you were saying the other day, man.
I don't know.
The goodness guy runs over, windows closed, coach dumbass.
Well, I think considering they lost quite a few pieces, I think you were waiting for at least one big name to show up.
When is this all done?
When opening day starts?
Oh, so they can keep doing this?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It just depends on who hasn't signed yet.
All right. So maybe he's, maybe, like you said, the guy seems to have an ace up his sleeve every year.
Okay. Well, here's the thing. Right now, this isn't very fun. Like, we knew the Bills were cash-strapped, and
right.
They've made some moves to free up some cash. Then fans were hoping, Kimmy, that meant something big was going to come. Like, Josh Allen restructured his contract yesterday, 2 days ago. That's super cool.
Okay, so there's money out there.
There is, maybe. And then we knew the Bills would be shopping in, like, the second and third tier of free agency to get the safeties and wide receivers they needed. Like, that would be, like, the Aldi's of free agency, right? You're not getting
You'll be hit on somebody.
Yeah, you're not getting a Justin Jefferson. You're getting a really good Aldi's knockoff of Justin Jefferson. But there's something about watching other teams
have fun.
Yeah. Because all these fans are like getting all excited and like photoshopping these new guys in like new jerseys.
Year.
Yeah, and then like they're doing interviews, right? The players, it's like, oh, he's gonna be bad. And like we're sitting here like boop doo 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 doo. Like they're all making like these predictions about what their records are going to be. Granted, it's too early, but like, we don't get to do that because like we're missing like we literally don't have 3 positions filled.
Yeah, key people.
Not even like there's not even like people to put there.
Oh.
Like Gabe Davis left, there's no one to put in that receiver position.
Right.
Jordan Poyer left, there's no one to put in that safety position. Micah Hyde's probably going to retire. The other safety, there's no one to put there.
Are they still waiting for some stuff to shake out?
Possibly. I don't know. I
I know Aaron Rodgers is probably going to be the vice president now.
I've never wanted anything more in my life.
I saw that. I thought that was a mistake when I was watching it scroll across the screen in sports. Because usually when you see sports, it's like, Patrick Mahomes restructures his contract,
Yeah. Nope.
How does that work with the salary cap if your starting quarterback leaves the team to run for vice president as a third-party candidate?
That would be a first.
I hope it happens.
I've never wanted anything more in my life.
I think everybody's pulling for Aaron Rodgers and RFK.
Come on, man. Do it, Aaron. I've said some things about you in the past. I take it all back.
Would you see who the backup choice was?
Yes.
Jesse Ventura.
Jesse the Body Ventura. Yes. So apparently...
but at least he's got experience running a state.
Yeah. But he didn't have any political experience. Well, did he? Was he an elected official?
I don't think so.
Now we're going down a weird road here. I did see that, and I hope to God It would be even better if Aaron Rodgers played for the Jets and was on the
Did both.
Well, because look, why
You
would
really could, man. What does the VP do?
especially run? Well, no, because they got to go where the other person can't go.
Yeah,
Where they're running the
yeah,
campaign.
you're busy running around.
But here's the thing: why would you want Aaron Rodgers and the publicity he brings if he wasn't playing football at the same time? You take Aaron Rodgers off the field, who cares?
And when is he going to do his darkness retreat? He's going to miss out on all that weird time.
Come on, Aaron! Come on! But going back to this, the Bills not doing anything.
Yeah.
Kimi, they have to start signing some guys today and tomorrow, right?
Oh, so you think it's popping soon?
I think they have to. I mean, they have holes to fill, and you could say, like, maybe they're waiting for the draft, but you're not going to satisfy all those needs in the draft. So you're going to have to make some moves eventually to fill those positions.
And now you're
whether or not they're big names, you're going to have to get guys here.
And Kimi, you're at the point now over the next couple of days where, like, look, the Bills are really good at getting talent out of guys you wouldn't expect them to. They did it last year with Leonard Floyd, A.J. Klein coming off the couch, Latavius Murray, the running back, had some great games. Nobody else wanted him. Balin Spector.
I forgot about him.
Right? But, like, guys that either you never heard of or they thought were over the hill. Like, the system is good. You can get those guys in there. But now, Kimi, you're running the risk that even those types of guys maybe signing other places.
Yeah, I was going to say, can you get a guy that's the same level as what you lost?
Yeah.
They must be seeing something out there that they're waiting on.
And usually, I mean, to your point, Brandon Beane and his staff have been very quiet with the moves that they've made in the past. Like, nothing really gets out prior to it happening. So, there could be things in the works that we don't know about.
The kid's sharp.
I know he is. I
He's
believe in
sharp
Brandon
kid.
Beane. I am trusting the process. This is me right now trusting the process. I just want to have fun. I mean, Sabres winning last night, 7-2. That was fun.
Oh, my God. They won again?
Yeah, bro.
They're this close,
close.
to almost making the last spot in the playoffs
Exactly.
where everybody goes to the playoffs.
That's not even a joke. They are
I'm
very
totally
close.
fine
Yeah.
with that. What's wrong
I
with
think
that?
everybody is. I think this is what we
That
were
would be
hoping
the most
for.
exciting thing to happen to the Sabres in like 15 years. Look, the bottom line is this.
Yes.
The bottom line is this. I want to have fun with football right now, and you're not letting me have fun with football.
Yeah, but then you're probably not going to like what he picks because you don't know enough about him or it looks like a junk move.
You know me. I always find a way to put a positive spin on everything that happens.
Yeah, you do.
Except for this right now.
Yeah.
I just want to have. And by the way, it is probably the smarter thing to do. The smarter thing to do is sit and wait and find the guys that are bargain basement and put them in your system and coach them up. But it doesn't. I want to look at like fans of like the Vikings right now who are signing a bunch of people.
Yeah.
Or fans of like there have been teams, Kimmy, that are just like.
Stripped.
Well,
the
especially-
49ers. No, they're just lining their pockets with all these free agent playmakers.
Especially if you're getting guys of rival teams, like that always makes it a little exciting too.
Yeah, but there's no one that's really short of the Chiefs. Who would you want to have on this Bills roster right now where you'd be like,
But Derrick Henry would have been cool.
He might be shot.
I don't know, man. That dude looks like a beast. He doesn't even look human sometimes. Those workouts are insane. Like, that's the guy I go, damn it, man, why don't we get that dude?
Wait, what?
Why don't we get Derrick Henry?
Because he's starting to get a little banged up.
But they got other banged up. What was other guys they've got banged up?
Got that?
And I don't think you could bang that guy up.
Derrick, no, he missed time last year.
Yeah.
That was like the big red flag. Like he runs physically, and running backs' careers are way shorter than any other. That's why running backs aren't getting paid right now. All right, 252 WCMF. Let's take one call. We're talking about the FOMO that we're feeling as Bills fans, as all other NFL teams. Like, woo, look what we got. And we're like, hey, all right. AJ Epinez is back. Randy's on CMF. Hey, Randy, what's up, buddy?
Hey, I think we can all agree that Bills fans have the highest rate of cardiac arrest,
Oh, yeah.
and that throughout the years, who's been the number one player that we need, and I think it's a kicker.
Okay, because he missed
So,
the. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if you were old enough to remember that when we lost the Super Bowl to the Giants,
No,
the
what happened?
kicker missed
Wait.
the kick wide right.
Wait, what?
We lost the playoff game wide right.
Randy, hold on. Wait. Go back.
Bills were
Go back.
doing
Wait.
great. We need a
Hold on.
kicker.
Hold on. Go back. The Bills. When did this Super Bowl
Lost
thing
the
happen?
Super Bowl against
To who?
the Giants
When?
30+ odd years ago.
When? What? Wait. Where?
Oh, my God.
Did you know about this?
No. I wish they'd make it.
You don't know about the Bills losing the Super Bowl because the kicker.
No. They should make it.
Right.
That'd be a cool documentary to watch. I would like to see that.
Right, you guys. I guess you guys are just not old enough, or the memory's fading. I don't
I'm
know.
64
but
years old, and I've never heard of it.
What was the name of the kicker?
you don't remember the Bills went to 3 or 4 straight Super Bowls?
I
and lost to the
remember that
Super
vaguely,
Bowl.
but who was the kicker?
All right. You know what? When you suck that bad, we don't remember your name.
No? Okay. You don't remember the name Scott Norwood?
But
You called
you-
up the show and you can't remember the name Scott Norwood, Randy?
Hey, well, obviously, so you know what I'm talking about.
We got
Oh,
you,
Randy.
Oh,
You just got
Randy.
break room, baby.
We were pulling your leg the whole time. Thanks for the call, Randy. Have a good rest of the day.
They got like 3 or 4 Super Bowls.
I don't know if you were old enough to remember the Bills went to.
Yeah, he was getting
He's been thinking about a kicker ever since.
Yeah.
That kicker whose name he can't remember.
When you suck that bad, we don't remember your name, except it's etched into the brains of every
Yeah.
Western. Okay, let's take a break. It's Wednesday, it's 8 o'clock. You know what that
I
means?
think we already kind of started hating a little bit.
Yeah, there's been a lot of hate going on. It's Hate Mail of the Week. And this story, I found it interesting.
Okay.
That, for years and years and years, men were like, oh, man, women get married and they blow up.
They do blow up.
Their asses blow up.
Oh, it does.
But some scientific research showed it was actually the opposite way.
Oh, okay.
And we talked about what you owe your spouse and things like that after you get married, continuing to take care of yourself, and why it turns out that men gain more weight on average than women after tying the knot.
Papa Chubby.
I didn't think men were this sensitive about their weight.
This is sad, man.
Because, we got a ton of response, and we'll touch on a couple of it, but it's this letter that stands above all, because not only is he going to justify why it's happening,
Okay.
he's got blame.
Oh, of course he does.
And it ain't the dudes.
Okay.
And we'll do it next. Hate Mail of the Week here in the break room on CMF. I think we upset some men.
What happened?
Well, it seems that these guys are more sensitive about their weight than we expected. Because a study we read you 2 weeks ago got a ton of response.
A ton. Good way to put it.
From husbands sticking up for themselves. But one letter we got is taking the blame and putting it squarely on the women that we spend our lives with.
Why they look like they do.
Yes.
Okay.
It's Wednesday. It's 8 o'clock. It's time for Hate Mail of the Week. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. And about 2 weeks ago, we shared with you a study about marriage and weight gain.
Okay.
And it showed that men were much more likely to gain weight after getting married than their spouses.
All right.
And they gave a couple reasons. They said that men who are happy with their partner put weight on the fastest.
They're happy.
They described it as happy fat.
Mm-hmm.
They also theorized that being in love with someone and making them the center of your universe can change the legitimate chemical makeup of your brain. That all of the other stuff you cared about before no longer matter in comparison. So you stop working out.
Right.
You stop doing active activities.
You get comfortable.
Yes, and you want to spend time with your new wife.
Yeah.
And look, it all makes sense, right?
And your age gets into it, your metabolism bit.
And there's a good chance that if you are a married man, you saw this happen right after you say, I do. It happened to me.
Mm-hmm.
But it didn't sit well with a bunch of men who reached out to us.
What did they say?
Well, one letter came in hard, Tommy. Actual physical letters sent through the mail telling us we suck, wanting us fired. Sit back and enjoy today's Hate Mail of the Week.
If the story you read about men gaining more weight after marriage is true, there's one very simple reason. It's harder for men to be married than it is for women. We have all the stress, especially early on before you have kids. We're the ones expected to provide and make money. We're the ones expected to change our lifestyle and stop spending time with our friends. We're the ones who lose our identity in the place we live when she takes it over and makes it hers. What else is there to do to make husbands happy but eat and eat a lot? If women have a problem with men gaining weight, well, then take some of the pressure off of us and let us be ourselves. How did you think taking all our freedoms away was going to work out? If the only thing I now control is what and when I eat, well, guess what I'm going to do? And that only lasts a little while, because when your wife sees you putting on weight, she's going to want to change your diet with the excuse of, I want you to be healthy. The same thing happens to dogs that get neutered. You can have an in-shape and good-looking husband. Just don't come down on him and take his life away. Sincerely, Terry.
All right, so if you're watching the live stream right now, you're seeing what I'm seeing. As that letter was being read, Tommy was making a couple of faces.
Yeah.
Faces that I will translate to you as, he's making a couple of good points.
There is some truth in that speech.
You think that this man, Terry, has points here.
No fat man gets there alone.
Well, I was fat. I got there. I was 300 pounds. I got there alone.
But this guy's also saying.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But this guy's also saying she's going to try to get you healthy if you get fat.
After you get fat.
After you get fat.
Oh, okay.
After the chub.
I'm just confused because he's also saying, she wants you to be in shape, but she also wants you to be fat?
Not that she wants you to be fat. His argument is you take so much stuff away. The only thing that men can enjoy after marriage is food.
Well, look at your house. How much of that domain is yours?
I got the basement now.
Kind of.
There's a reason they came up with the term man cave.
Yeah, but there's even settlements inside your man cave.
Settlements? It's being slowly taken away?
Yes.
I'm going to need U.S. government support to try and push back?
I'm telling you, man, even the stuff you own will be encroached.
Okay.
And you don't encroach on anything.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. The overall statement that Terry makes in his letter is that it is harder for a man to be married. That would mean, for most marriages, women find the transition simple and men cannot handle it. Do you agree with Terry that it is harder for men to be married than it is for women to be married?
Yes, because men have to make a lot of changes and women do not. Because I think most times, especially in a first marriage especially, guys don't go willingly. No, they don't. Well, think about it, man.
Uh-huh.
When you were a little kid, did you remember getting together and playing husband?
Well, when I was with you at 15, I thought I had to for those free drinks.
You know what I'm saying? Like, women and men approach the relationship differently, and men are a slow burn when it comes to getting to that altar and settling down.
Okay. I want every woman listening to the show right now to understand that Tommy Muley just said into a microphone that it is harder for men to be married than it is for women.
Yes.
Okay.
I think that I
Because
don't mean
it was
that
so hard for you that you did it 3 times.
I had to take 3 runs at it. But I'm saying
It's
is
really
like,
hard to get married, guys. I'm only on my 3rd.
I think women adjust better. I think they know what they're getting into, and I think guys go in with rose-colored glasses and don't see the overall picture. And I'm not saying I'm just saying that's how guys are.
But do you think, okay, so this guy also writes that, the pressure's all on the man. But wouldn't you argue that that pressure comes from within or from other guys?
Oh, sure.
You know
There's
what I
peer
mean?
pressure.
Like your pressure is coming from what you think a man should be. Whereas, you know what I mean?
Ooh, that's chess, baby. When you're playing checkers, that's a good call.
I love checkers, though.
And that's
Are you
where
talking about the restaurant?
Oh, I love that one, too.
Is that why you were gaining so much weight after you got married?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we've actually talked about this recently with the stay-at-home parent thing. It's not that dads can't be the stay-at-home parent, but I think that some dads may have a tough time doing that because of the way it may look to other people.
The insecurity, Your Majesty.
But yeah, I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying this is how guys are.
Well, no, but that doesn't make sense. You can't be like, this is how guys
Stick around.
are. Okay, 252 WCMF, 252-9263. What I thought was a ridiculous letter from Terry saying that the reason men gain weight is because it's all women's fault. It's harder for men to be married. Women take over everything and they take your life away. And Tommy's listening to the letter and he's going, I appreciate some of your points and I'd like to subscribe to your newsletter.
Well, could you ever walk in and look at your wife and go, maybe you shouldn't eat that?
No, I wouldn't do that.
No, because you'd be wearing whatever she's eating.
Well, okay.
But she could walk in and go, do you really need that?
My wife has never said that to me.
Every wife has said something about something.
She's never said that to me.
Doesn't your wife tell you to eat more? I'm asking.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Barber. Hey, Barber, what's up, buddy?
Morning, guys. I put the blame on women from East Ironicoi, like named Marie, who stay home to make the coffee, because once they're done making the coffee, they got to start making the lasagna and the cannoli, and this and that. That's who you got to blame. Wives who are phenomenal cooks. That's why guys put on weight.
Okay, but here's the thing. Now, Barber.
If you don't eat it all, you're going to insult your wife. That's another thing.
That's so old school.
If they can burn the bottom of that lasagna blacker than 490, and if you don't eat it, man, she going to be pissed.
We grew up in the era of you got to clean the plate.
Yes,
all the way.
or you insult your wife.
But that doesn't come from your wife. That comes from your mom.
A lot of things
mommy issues.
Oh.
Every guy has mommy issues.
Well, don't they always say you want to marry a girl just like your mom?
I don't think I did.
Well, that was unmarriageable.
What?
Barber, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
That may have been the worst dig at your mom that we've ever had.
Yeah, I mean, you want to call her a
And he
skate?
pulled that right out of the holster, man.
All right. I'm not even going to get into the complicated, you got to do everything in the 1950s, which is just, you just described the 1950s marriage.
Yeah.
But we'll move on from that.
All right.
Because with this hate mail of the week, initially this guy writes us a letter as we're talking about men on average gain more weight than women after we get married. We could have accidentally stumbled upon something else here.
It'll be fine.
Well, we got more letters and Facebook messages and direct messages about this discussion. And most of them were from men defending their own weight gain.
Oh, okay. Not blaming the wife.
Okay, I will read you what they say.
What did they say?
Rob wrote us on Facebook. Yes, I gained weight after I got married, but she wanted to have all our meals together, and all the stuff I did to stay in shape, I was shamed out of doing. So he's still blaming his wife.
Oh, yeah, Rob the slob.
Bobby wrote us, I gained 15 pounds in 2 years after I got married. Thanks to having to pay off the wedding, extra shifts and late nights made my diet a wreck. Is that blaming her?
Well, he's blaming the situation, which is tied to her, so yes.
Cliff writes us, and I already have in my head what Cliff looks like.
Every Cliff is fat. They are.
I know really in shape Cliff.
I bet you do.
I do. He's a
How long
college
did it take you
athlete.
to find him?
He
He went through every Cliff to find the one he found hot.
He's a tall drink of water, too. But this Cliff writes us, you call it gaining weight after marriage. I call it a food tax. She wanted to cook, and all the parties she dragged me to at big food spreads, I just ate that stuff instead of what I was eating before.
I had to eat it.
If I told her no, I'd have looked like a selfish husband. Okay. What is apparent with the letter, with all of the response we got from all other social media, guys are way more sensitive about their weight than we thought.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
About their bodies.
Like, Tommy, it's been that women have had to deal with unrealistic expectation, right? Because your dad would tell your mother she was getting a fat ass right to her face.
Yes.
And all of the diets and exercise stuff that was sold to women over the last 70 years. But guys are now the ones getting butthurt about being big old married boys?
Well, I guess we've been seeing like the rise of the pretty boy, right? Because guys are getting like cosmetic surgery.
Yeah, that's true. They're caring more about their looks in general.
Okay.
So it's the rise of the chubby little sissy boy.
No, to your point, I mean,
he's
like,
got little trimmed eyebrows.
Steven Seagal was an action hero at one point, right? And that, back in the day, it was like 5 good-looking men in Hollywood for like 40 years straight. Yeah, I mean, you do see more jacked, scantily clad men in Hollywood.
I'm sure you do.
Well, John Cena was naked at the Oscars on Sunday.
Oh yeah.
You didn't see that?
Are you having? You know what it is? Are men? Do they have more? I guess role models that stay in shape longer.
Now, yeah.
So it's making you more self-conscious about the way you're aging when you see a guy who's in his 50s, 60s, 70s that's still staying in shape and, you know, they haven't let themselves go.
Look, I mean, if these were letters coming in, like Facebook messages, DM, stuff like that coming in from guys in their 50s and 60s, that I would get. But this is just getting married, right? The average person gets married between 28 and 32 years old. These aren't getting old weight. This is happy settling down weight.
And it's a lifestyle change compared to when you were single.
Yes, but I mean, you control you.
Do you in a marriage?
Shut up.
You have some control.
You have no control because you moved into her house.
Yeah.
And you don't pay for anything.
But you know your lifestyle changed.
Yeah,
Every guy's lifestyle changed when you get married.
Oh, but thank God my lifestyle changed. I'd be dead. You knew me.
I was going to say it is funny that it goes that way because you would think in general you may be a healthier, cleaner person.
Why'd you have to say cleaner? Healthier, I'll give you.
I mean, you've described the way you've lived in apartments with other dudes.
It was gross.
I still showered before I left the house.
Yeah, barely. Then the hose don't count as a shower.
Your mom was there with her friends?
Living with somebody else, your overall health and lifestyle improves.
Yeah, I mean, it happened with me. I mean, I guess it doesn't happen with every guy.
I just think men change more in a marriage because they need to if they want to stay married. Where women will say, no, you're not doing that. That's gross. That ain't happening here.
That is the most old school, archaic.
Yeah, because women have so changed.
They have. You just made a face.
I know.
You can't hear a face on the radio.
There's been nagging.
Despite how ugly you are, you still can't hear your face on the radio.
There's been nagging since the Bible, and it ain't changed.
Okay, yeah. What's that Bible
Even
story?
Joseph had to change.
Really? Wait, what was the?
He wanted to stay at that other place. He says, no, let's go one more door down. I think I have a nicer hotel. And what happened?
You know, trying to figure out why guys are so sensitive about their weight here, right? With all the response that we get. Are men now nervous with how many options our wives have? Because,
yes.
Tommy, your mother was never leaving your father.
Right.
Messing around on him no matter how fat and gross your dad got. And same with my mother and my father. It just wasn't going to happen. But now, your wife doesn't need you.
Right. It was financial servitude.
Yeah, she needs to want you.
Yeah.
So if you want
They don't need you.
Yeah. If you wanted to be paranoid about it, if you're not the good-looking man she married 3, 5, 10 years before, who says her eye doesn't start to wander?
And it can. And she can financially do that.
There's that Facebook page where all her ex-boyfriends hang out. That job she has with that one dude in accounting who's always a little too friendly. And look at you. Gut hanging out under your T-shirt like your Pooh Bear. Think she finds that sexy?
But then again, she keeps pushing those brownies on you that nobody wanted at work.
252 WCMF 252-9263. We'll take one more call before we move on. Rich has got the last word. Hey, Rich, what's up, buddy?
Hey, isn't that old saying, a way to a man's heart is through his stomach?
Is that still the case? Because, I mean, we're seeing that women they're not the cooks that they used to be. Men are now...
I know what you mean, but that sounded bad.
when he says it, I know what you mean because we're the same age and I get it, man.
Because
but when Tommy said it, he's a complete Neanderthal. Go ahead.
Is that your impression of me?
I have many impressions.
My wife, Rich, what I mean is my wife is not cooking all my meals for me. I'm just as likely to make dinner during the week than my wife is. You know what I mean?
But then there's a happy wife, happy life, which means the guys are just miserable.
Rich, are you married?
I sure am.
Okay. Did you put weight on right after you got married?
Of course. My wife's a great cook, so...
Okay, all right. So, is she Italian?
What does that mean?
Because all Italians are good cooks.
Oh.
And she said yes? So anything else you want to say, stupid? Rich?
Sauce on Sundays.
Bro, I miss Sunday gravy so much not living in Gates anymore.
Wait, what?
What?
You miss Sunday gravy?
Yeah, man, it's delicious.
That is the easiest fix in the world, bro.
How? What do you mean?
I didn't tell you?
What?
I just got into this radio sauce game.
Get the hell out of here.
Well, I've seen a couple of guys have success.
Where can I find this?
I just opened up a nice little kiosk in a men's room.
What's it called?
It's called Uncle Tommy's Old Timey Italian Radio Sauce. I'll sauce your mouth up good.
Sorry you had to sit through that, Rich.
I got you Sunday sauce. Rich,
You
you're
guys are
invited
great.
too.
Rich, thanks for the call, buddy.
Thank you.
Have a good rest of the day.
Please hang up now.
Yeah, sauce Rich's mouth up good. All right.
Mm.
I've been waiting to do this story for the last 3 days.
What's that?
I'm waiting for the perfect time to do this story, and I think it's now.
Wait, what happened?
Well, like, you already have a preconceived notion of people who do this.
Oh, God.
And it gets even worse when they're adults. And this person,
How gross this is going to be.
it's not gross. You're going to find it immature and stupid. Hipster man.
Oh, that stuff.
But the police are involved. And
Oh,
what
they
we-
finally broke up these rings?
What we need to figure out is if this is a guy like you who got upset with someone else doing this, or if this is a guy who does this that got upset with someone like you.
Okay.
And we'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. It's not so much a who done it, Tommy. It's more of a whose is it?
Oh,
because we have a man charged with this crime.
yeah.
And the question we need to figure out is the unique weapon he's accused of using belonging to him, or was it a thing he used, or was the thing he used the reason he was upset in the first place?
Oh, wow.
I'll explain. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Right now, you can log on to the contest page at WCMF.com. Enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see John Anderson and the Band Geeks' Yes, Epics, Classics, and More tour. It's a mouthful, buddy.
That is a lot of guys.
It's June 3rd at the Kodak Center. Tickets go on sale this Friday, March 15th, 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. Just after 8:45, with NFL free agency going on, a Bills leader in the locker room, a fan favorite of the last couple of years, signed with a new team yesterday, a team you would not want them to sign with. And Kimmy, are we supposed to hate this guy now?
I feel like you're definitely not rooting for him.
So then we have to hate him.
Yeah.
But he's only doing something because, he didn't want to leave.
All right.
It kind of feels like
now we got to see it twice a year.
All right, we'll get into it. Just after 8:45, here in the break room on CMF. Tommy, we got ourselves an issue out in Newark.
What happened?
Authorities have arrested a man after an altercation at an intersection. A 27-year-old man has been charged with harassment and criminal mischief after police say he hit someone with a skateboard.
Like while on a skateboard, or he wound up and hit somebody with a skateboard?
No, he Tony Hawked his ass.
It does. It's not clear. In my head, he's using it as a weapon.
Okay.
But I'm not entirely sure.
All right.
He's also accused of using the skateboard to hit this same person's car.
Okay, so it was a skateboard weapon.
Okay, so on top of the charges, the 27-year-old has also been given a stay-away order of protection against the victim. So based on the details we have here, the story is a little bit confusing because, first off, it's another unconventional weapon story.
Yeah.
Right? But past that, if the allegations are true based on the information we have, we can't be sure who the skateboard belongs to. Because that age, 27, this story could go either way.
Yeah, it's true.
This could be a scenario where some teenage skateboarders pissed off a 27-year-old man and he grabbed their skateboard and started going nuts.
I didn't think of that.
Skateboarders could have that effect on people.
Oh, yeah.
This could also be a scenario where a 27-year-old skateboarder got into an argument with a motorist and used their skateboard to start causing havoc.
And those are two completely different scenarios.
But they're both very possible.
Yes.
Like, think about this. It's the age, again, that makes it so strange. If the suspect is 45, it's obvious the skateboard, they took it from someone. If the suspect is 17, it's obviously their skateboard.
Yeah.
But 27, right in the middle.
You're right in that sad zone.
All right. What do you think?
I had the 27-year-old on the skateboard. That's where my head went to. Like a sad 27-year-old skateboarder.
Okay, but does where this happened also change your opinion? Are there 27-year-old skateboarders in Newark, New York?
I wouldn't think, because it's a country town.
Rural?
Yeah.
Rural country
Rural
town.
on American soil.
I just don't think of, like, that guy's age on a skateboard in that town.
Okay, so you're
But that's where my mind went, though.
What time of year did it happen?
It just happened recently.
But the weather's been breaking.
True. I was gonna say because
It's
it'd
sidewalk
also be a
surfing.
weird time to be skateboarding.
Call it sidewalk surfer, you Beach Boys bitch.
Yeah, with the Beach
will
Boys.
be sidewalk surfing till my mama takes me silly board.
That's not that song.
Oh, shut up.
That's like 7 Beach Boys songs in one.
They're all the same damn song except for Pet Sounds.
That's true.
Kimmy?
Yeah.
Is there a 27-year-old skateboarder in Newark, New York?
Yeah.
I guess
I
every
don't
town's got that sad guy.
Yeah, I think I wouldn't even be surprised if it was somebody in their 40s on a skateboard because they grew up in the skateboarding generation.
Okay. Skateboarding generation.
Well, it is funny that Tony Hawk now does ads for heart medicine.
Yeah, I mean, like
I'm not kidding you.
You were kind of at the height of that 90s skateboard scene.
The X Games thing, yeah.
But Tony
so
Hawk is 50 years old.
I could totally understand somebody in their 40s hopping on a skateboard every now and then.
Tony Hawk is closer to your age than he's closer to my age. You know that, right?
Yeah, he's like 50. I would say Tony Hawk's probably 55.
Kimmy, can we hit that?
Yeah. Well, his kid just got married.
Yeah, to
a skateboard.
No, to
was
Kurt
so weird.
Cobain's and Courtney Love's kid.
Oh, that's right.
It was the Royal 90s wedding.
Wow, you hit it right on the head, 55.
He said 55.
Oh.
But I should have taken credit. Okay. So what I am sensing here, and the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263, is Tommy, if this is a 27-year-old skateboarder, you are judging a 27-year-old skateboarder.
Yes.
Why?
Because you're too old to be out skateboarding on the street.
Why?
Because you look ridiculous, man. What's the point?
Because you enjoy skateboarding?
Yeah.
Which is sad.
Why?
At that age, there's a million things to kill yourself with at that age. It shouldn't be skateboarding.
But, like, how is skateboarding different from any other physical activity?
It's like you're on a scooter.
Why would being on a scooter be weird?
And those
at
are really
27?
popular.
Yeah.
And you look ridiculous.
Okay, Tommy, tell me
It's
why.
child transportation.
Tell me why a 27-year-old skateboarder is a weirdo, but a 27-year-old pickleballer is normal. They're both getting exercise.
What exercise you get out of coasting on a skateboard?
Skateboarding is hard.
Yeah, you're pushing
It's
it.
maybe
you're-
a little
you're
balance, but you
balancing.
should have balance at 27.
Bro, do you ever watch the X Games? Like, those guys are sweating buckets when they're
You
doing
think
what
this
they're
kid
doing.
is like doing half pipe?
You think this kid is doing half pipe?
Yeah.
Bro,
No,
you
but
think
just
You
getting
think he's like
around on
flipping
it.
it around, doing all his moves?
Yeah, I don't think anybody owns a skateboard solely as a mode of transportation.
But you
I
ain't
think
got a girlfriend.
Do 27-year-old women find 27-year-old skateboarders
I don't
attractive?
think somebody with a skateboard, that's not a turnoff.
What if he showed up on one? Out for a date Saturday night.
Well, obviously, if
Here he
you-
comes.
If you show up on a skateboard when we're going out somewhere,
Is that what you think a skateboarder looks like?
Hey, man, what's happening?
If you are not watching the live stream, you are missing the greatest Tommy impression of all time.
no, what would be a turnoff is rollerblade guy.
Oh, you're going to piss some guys off.
I know. I think that's
Rollerblades come roaring back, Kimmy.
You're right. And I've seen it a lot more lately. But I think I put skateboard guy cooler than rollerblade guy. I said it.
Look, man, Kimmy just brought up a great point.
What's up?
The 27-year-old would have been right smack dab in the middle of the X Games generation.
Sure.
Right? So how is skateboarding at 27 any different than a high school hockey player playing in a beer league or a high school basketball player going to the Y for pickup hoops?
Because at least you're doing it with somebody else. You're such an isolated loner weirdo by yourself on a skateboard.
There are lots of guys that skateboard together.
All right.
What? Why is that weird?
I can't imagine, like, you think there's like a couple of 27-year-olds that could get together and skateboard?
Yeah, I don't think that's out of the question.
You don't think that's weird?
No, I don't think so. Look, as a matter of fact, I would argue the skateboarder is smarter because if you're going to talk about like continuing a hobby, a physical activity from your
Yeah,
childhood,
chipping a tooth is the way to go.
it would be the least expensive of all the hobbies. You're just paying for the board. There's
Take
no
a
league-
walk.
There's no leagues or no fees for leagues. There's no equipment or expensive sneakers to buy. Just a man, a shade
Yeah.
under 30, kicking and pushing his way through life.
All right, I got a grandson, right?
Yeah.
Let's say he gets into board a little
Yeah.
bit.
Yeah.
And Grandpa want to go down to the skateboard park. All right, we go down there.
Yeah.
I see a couple of 27-year-old men on skateboards.
Yeah.
I'm calling
That's
the
where
cops.
you would find somebody who likes to skateboard.
Calling the cops. I go, I got my eye on them till you get here, officer.
Aren't there always grown
Yep.
men at the skate parks?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're called weirdos.
Range of ages.
There's grown men in parks. They're called weirdos.
Okay. You are one of those men. You walk the canal every day.
Not like a weirdo.
I just got a call from a guy who said he's 49 and he and his buddies still skateboard.
Oh my God, he's got board bros. They probably have some name. Dude, you know, they probably
Why
have
would
some
they
like
have a
nickname.
name?
Like what? What would the name be?
Well, it always has to be tied into something you're into besides skateboarding.
Like-
Okay, so give it to me.
Well, I would go with skate bros.
Okay, but you just said that's not
Boring.
how that would work. Boo! Boo! I got jokes.
all right, if they were Christian, it could be the Holy Rollers.
How do you milk the almond, though?
Yeah, ask me. I give you two quality
No, you
names.
come up with a setup and you got no punchline.
I gave you
bitch.
two punchlines.
Those were
You
not
didn't like
punchlines.
them.
Those were not punchlines. You hack. Boo!
Well, one I stole from the Simpsons.
I am aware. I am also.
It
Are
is,
the Simpsons hack?
No, because they did it first. Doesn't matter.
to your point though, I've never seen like a group, unless you're at the skate park, I've never seen like a group of skateboarders, like, skateboarding down the road.
Well, because they don't skateboard down the road. You're at like a set of stairs or a pole or
No,
something.
but like if you saw a guy going down the street, you don't see like a group
Yeah,
of guys like
yeah.
you do on.
They're not like traveling like in packs.
like you see those guys on 10 speeds in those outfits.
I don't think anybody uses a skateboard to just get around.
I don't know. I've seen
No,
it.
just like having fun. Like you said, get a bunch of guys getting together. We're going to go boarding, man. They do it at the beach.
I don't
used
think
to
you
see
call
it-
it boarding
They're
either.
they're the beach boys, not the beach boy. They all got together.
And we'll have fun
So
till my
then Tommy
mama-
calls the cops.
I used to see it a lot in like the Park Ave area. Like people like using it for transportation.
Okay.
Well, those are those hipster douches, man.
I don't know.
And they've probably had those
You've painted so
oversized
many different
surfboards
pictures.
with like knobby
The
tires
long
on
boards.
it. Yeah. You look so goddamn dumb.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. We're having this conversation because police say out in Newark, a 27-year-old man was charged with harassment and criminal mischief after they say he hit someone with a skateboard. They then say he hit the victim's car with a skateboard. Again, we told you he was arrested. He was also given a order of protection to stay away from that person. But we don't know if this 27-year-old owned the skateboard and was using it as a weapon, if the allegations are true, or he took the skateboard from someone else and then used it as a weapon. Because, again, 27 years old, you could see them skateboarding. 27 years old, they're also old enough to be mad at a skateboarder. I'm driving here.
Okay.
Going back to the actual accusation, if this was his skateboard,
Okay.
and the 27-year-old is guilty of hitting someone and their car with it, you may understand why the victim didn't see it coming. Because I wouldn't think that a grown-ass man would react in that way.
No.
Unless old skateboarding habits die hard. Would you be pissed off at a grown man skateboarder? Because I know people get very frustrated with like teenage kids that are like outside the library or like.
But they're kids.
Okay. 27-year-old man like doing tricks on a set of stairs.
You should know better.
Are you upset with him?
Yeah.
As much
He's
as a
been
teenager?
upset this whole break.
No, but like yelling at teenagers is easy because like those
But
kids.
you're being a nuisance. And like I get a kid being a nuisance. It's kind of their job.
Oh my
But you're a grown man. Like look around. What are you doing? Do you see anybody else your age doing this right now? Here on the
You
stairs?
wouldn't stop and watch?
No, I
I
would
want to see
hope.
what tricks he's got.
I'll be a dick. I hope he hurts himself.
Why would you hope that?
Because that'll teach you a lesson. These stairs are for regular walking, not skateboard walking.
These stairs are made for walking.
I'm trying to get into this building and you're doing your jackass tricks. And by the way, you know you're not good at it.
What if he's 27? He's probably good at it. He's doing
No,
it
he
a while.
ain't.
Oh my God.
Well, if he's good at that, he ain't good at nothing else.
Shut.
Can't hold a goddamn job or a girlfriend.
Don't take care of your kids.
And you know he has an apartment in Newark with 5 roommates, minimum, 3 beds and a couch.
We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Dan. Dan says, Tommy is an out-of-touch idiot. I'm in my 30s. I still skateboard, and I'm teaching my 5-year-old son to do the same. We bond over it. It's good exercise. It keeps me young. My wife thinks it's cool, too.
I think it would be adorable to see a dad teaching his kid how to skateboard.
But that makes sense. You're teaching a little kid
Well,
how to do something
it's a grown man on a skateboard.
with a child.
No, but it sounds like he does it without. I will read you the
I
Facebook
know.
message again. I still skateboard. I am teaching my 5-year-old son to do the same. It's not like he's doing it just for his kid. It sounds like.
Yeah, you're going to take that kid to the skate park, skate around yourself.
How cute is that going to be? Come on.
That's cute.
But when he
But-
takes the kid home and goes back by himself.
Well, what does Kimmy always say? You want to make a picture cute? Put a kid in it.
I don't think she's ever said that because
No,
she might
I
be
don't
on some
remember
list.
that.
It was
No.
either that or the beer hall.
You know, going back to the idea of getting angry at a skateboarder, I always assumed that older people got mad at like inline skaters and skateboarders, not because of the activity, but because they were teenagers, right? Like when they build skate parks around here, they always talk about a place for kids to go so they'll stop bothering adults in public places.
Yeah.
I would have thought a 27-year-old skateboarder, there would have been less conflict because that's another grown-ass person.
Yeah, but you're still a nuisance because you're not at the skate park.
Okay.
You're on the sidewalk where people are trying to get around, doing like adult stuff. Where are you? Where
you're
are you
saying
going on that skateboard? What are you doing?
Where are you going with beer league hockey? Where are you going
No,
with
no. What are you
volleyball?
doing? I get beer like hockey. You're in a rink.
Okay.
Yeah, but you just said they don't belong at a skate park either. It's
no,
just for kids.
Yeah, that's true.
So they can't skateboard at all.
I would ban it.
You would ban adult skateboarding.
Oh,
What age? Okay, what age can you no longer skateboard?
18.
18?
I give it to you at 18. I'm being very generous here because you're really screwing up your social life, kid.
Okay. I think that more women than you believe find adult skateboarder sexy. Because the way Kimmy's talking, it sounds like she's kind of into it.
Well, she's into flat boards.
I don't think.
Boo.
I just don't get why that would be a problem in a relationship if they decided they wanted to skateboard.
So if your husband decides
I've seen my husband on a skateboard.
Wait, what? Hold on.
not
Back
for
up.
long, I feel bad for that skateboard.
Your husband was a skateboarder?
He wasn't, but I've
Can't
seen
be
him.
that big and bored, man.
I've seen him use one of those long boards.
He does on a
Well,
pair
that
of
was your
Vans.
honeymoon.
It's Sorry, I stepped on your flat joke. That was a good one.
They're just piling up.
I think that there's something cool if you don't expect somebody to be good on a skateboard and they hop on a skateboard and they're like good at it. It's, you know what I mean?
Was
like
your husband good at it when he jumped on there?
I mean, yeah, he hopped on, like he didn't struggle. You know what I mean? Like it looked like it was something that he's done before.
Because like I would go to the skate park with my friends when I was a kid, and I had like, this cheap ass skateboard, and I was never really good at it.
Yeah.
So I'm like afraid to get on it now. But like I wonder if I tried that in front of my wife, if she would be impressed by it.
Okay.
If that might do something for her.
So my brother came home from college with a skateboard.
Okay.
And I still remember this as I'm a little kid in Jersey. My old man, he's in dress clothes and his wingtip shoes. He wants to try it. Now, my father has never been on a surfboard. He's never been on a skateboard. I don't think my father was on a pair of roller skates.
Okay.
He gets on it and ass dumps all over the driveway, man. He gets pissed off and makes my brother throw the damn thing away. It's too damn dangerous.
Wait, he took his skateboard
Yes.
away because he hurt himself?
Yes. Tell me how sexy that looks.
No, okay, so you just scarred as a kid watching your fat old man fall on his ass.
Yeah.
That's what this is all about.
Mm-hmm.
252 WCMF. We'll take one call. We've been rambling. I'm sorry, guys. Again, talking about this 27-year-old man arrested in Newark for assaulting allegedly someone with a skateboard, but we can't figure out if this 27-year-old owned the skateboard or if he took the skateboard away and used it to assault somebody. Tommy hates all skateboarders over the age of 18. Ryan's got the last word on CMF. Hey, Ryan, how are you, buddy?
Good. How are you this morning?
Good, Ryan.
Good. I just kind of want to get Tommy's opinion. You know, he says skateboard should be banned at 18, which that's absurd. What is your thought about 20 and early 30-year-olds playing street hockey in church parking lots? Is that
That's
something
also sad.
Why do you ask, Ryan?
You know why I'm asking, but I'll say that. So, like, during the pandemic, you know, gyms were closed, things were there, and, you know, a bunch of us, I think, so I was 28, 29 during then. And, you know, we'd get together once, twice a week. We'd go to a church parking lot. There'd be like 8, 10 of us there. We'd play there for 2 or 3 hours there, wait to get outside because you were, you know, all cooped in during the, I mean, summer was a little more lenient. I mean, not a lot, but just enough there. But what's wrong with it? This guy wants to go out and skateboard at 27. What's he's not bothering anyone. It's like he's not going down your street. I would pray he would go down your street skateboarding, but it's for, you know, what's the problem?
I'll tell you what, the state police would be waiting for you in the corner.
It is a private drive, after all.
Thank you.
I would kill right now to be able to go play ball hockey in like a ball parking lot.
I haven't seen that in a while.
Good.
No,
Why?
We're
there's
moving on from childhood.
No, man. Like, you know, my daughter plays hockey. My youngest will jump in
And
there,
you
too.
play hockey. You play legitimate hockey.
No, but ball hockey's fun, man.
Different vibes.
Yeah, it's low stakes. And like, I'll admit this: when I play ball hockey in the driveway with my daughter, I take it way too seriously. So I need to let that aggression out on grown ass people.
Wait, whoa.
What?
You like ball hockey?
I love ball hockey.
Oh my God. Why didn't you tell me?
Why? What are you thinking?
I got a little kiosk in my little arena.
Wait, you got an arena? Where's the arena?
You got a kiosk in an arena.
Yeah, I have an arena and I have a little kiosk arena. It's called Coach Uncle Tommy's Old Timey Ball Hockey in Your Mouth Salt.
Shut up! Why is there sauce involved?
Oh,
Even
there'll be some sauce.
Even Ryan is yelling. This is a horrible joke as you're trying to deliver it.
It's such an unnecessary stretch. You could have just made another stupid bad comment instead of going on a 45-second long.
They're sick of your kiosk.
Ryan, thanks for the call, buddy. I appreciate it. Man, everybody's a critic, coach.
Tough room.
All right, so yesterday, a man who Bills fans were devastated to find out would no longer be a member of the Buffalo Bills last week found himself a new team. And this is like the last team you would want this guy to sign with. So despite the love we had for him 5 days ago, despite all the things he did over the last 5 years where we stood up and applauded for him.
I have a feeling we're going to start to hate this guy.
Oh, really?
Do we have to hate him?
I don't know.
Are we supposed to hate him?
We'll see.
We'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Hey, the more we're thinking about it, I think you're right, Kimmy.
What happened?
Maybe you don't want to hate this guy.
Yeah.
Maybe we don't have to hate this guy.
Mm-hmm.
We're probably going to end up hating this guy.
We're going to see how this goes.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Listen, in about 5-10 minutes, you need to be here. Because we told you the tale of a man who did not get a hash brown he paid for, so he says, at a McDonald's in the city of Rochester on Monday. And we will recap the whole story if you missed it. There are two sides to every story. Why a man would have a speaker with a microphone outside of the drive-thru demanding he get his hash brown. It looks crazy.
Yeah.
But I promise you, the story you think you know is not as crazy as the other side of the story. We will have Hash Brown Man here in the break room.
Can't wait to hear.
In just about 10 minutes. Do not go anywhere.
Oh, I ain't going nowhere.
All right, good. Here in the break room on CMF. So yesterday,
what happened?
We found out where one beloved Bill will be spending his next season.
Where are you going?
Well, safety Jordan Poyer, who was released by the Bills last week. And Kimmy, a lot of Bills fans were sad.
Yeah.
Right?
He was part of this group that really took the Bills to a lot of places we hadn't been to in a long time.
And he had faith in us and the franchise before Josh Allen was here.
He's a leader on the defensive side.
And he played his heart out, right? Like, I mean, he was the guy, Tommy, who took the party bus from Buffalo to Kansas City last season because he couldn't fly because of his rib injury. Like, that guy left everything on the field. Next season, Jordan Poyer will be playing with the Miami Dolphins.
Oh, he's going to have him some fun in Miami, man.
So, I don't know how I'm supposed to feel right now, Kimmy.
Yeah.
Like
it's a confusing feeling. Anytime you lose a fan favorite to a division rival, it sucks. And I guess we're going to see how much it's going to suck and how much he's going to make the Bills pay for it.
But here's the thing. Even that sentence is a tiny bit incorrect. Because we didn't lose him to the Dolphins. The Bills cut him.
Sure, but I mean, you made the decision to part ways.
Well,
I'm sure if you wanted him to stay, you could have made it happen.
I thought it was like a money thing.
It was a money thing. Like Jordan Poyer didn't say I would like to go. It sounded like he wanted to finish his career in Buffalo.
Right.
It was the Bills who were like, it's time for you to leave. We can't afford you anymore. Right? So the Bills put him in this spot.
Right.
He didn't say send me to Miami. He didn't want to be in Miami.
But sometimes that's what makes things worse. Because of the way players like that leave, they feel a little bit of resentment for not being valued at the place that or valued the way they think that they should be valued at the place that let them go. So it's going to be interesting to see over time, especially what he says about the Bills moving forward. That could sway your decision on how you feel about that player.
So you believe this was a spite signing on his part? He wants to see the Bills
I don't know
twice a
about
year.
the signing itself, but like he could take some shots at the Bills on next season because they're going to ask him about playing for a rival, I'm sure, at some point. And we've seen players say, I really enjoyed my time there, but it just came to an end, and now I'm on to a new journey, whatever. Or you could say, yeah, they got some, problems over there, and I'm glad I'm gone, and I'm glad that they let me go because it wasn't a good situation, and I think that's what's going to make people really resent that guy.
All right, right now, as it stands, do we have to hate Jordan Poyer right now?
No.
You don't hate Jordan Poyer?
No, I kind of like the move if you want to see him fail.
Why is that?
Because I have this new theory about South Florida. I've kind of had it for a while.
Yeah.
That Miami will never be successful. To an extent, they'll never be a Super Bowl champion again.
Because?
You live in Miami.
Okay.
And you just got way too many distractions down there. You're too rich. You're going to have too much fun.
Okay.
And I predict Miami will never win a Super Bowl.
There's your Tommy prediction.
The last time they won a Super Bowl is when nobody was going down to Miami. Miami wasn't on anybody's radar like it is now.
I mean, to his point, the Dolphins had arguably the greatest quarterback of his generation, and they couldn't get
never
through Buffalo.
won a Super Bowl. And he is a big-time Miami party boy. He's my age and is still dancing on tables.
Dan Marino, not Jordan Poyer.
Yeah. Well, who are you talking about?
Dan Marino.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
You made it sound like
you
Jordan Poyer.
it,
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Like, I didn't want Jordan Poyer to fail until, if he would have signed with the Cardinals, I'd have been cheering for Jordan Poyer.
And that's the thing. Now you can't root for the guy because, again, you're going to have to see him twice a year.
Relax. Let Miami and nature take its course. The kid's going down the drain.
I just don't want to have to cheer against him. And you're right, Kimmy. There's going to be something that gets out in the media. He's going to do something in a game.
Is he that
against
kind of
Buffalo.
guy?
And the receiver are going
I
to
don't
eventually
know.
jaw at each other during a game.
Well, who
and it's
cares?
Gonna,
I mean, that's
but that's like
That's
the
my
height.
receiver, though!
Yeah, I was going to say, and that's the height of your emotions as a fan, watching something like that happen.
His brother already went out on social media when the Bills released him last week and was like running his mouth, blah, 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 dare you. They called him disloyal, called the Bills disloyal.
As much as his family talks, and they've talked.
His wife.
So what's he got with his wife?
He hasn't really come out and said anything, so I think his reaction is what's going to.
Is she a big social media?
Yeah.
And again, she gonna fit right in on Miami, baby.
We're talking about Jordan Poyer, former Bills safety, signs a 1-year deal with the Dolphins yesterday. And, this has happened a couple of times with beloved Bills that end up with heated rivals. Thurman Thomas signed with the Dolphins in 99. That was devastating. Ryan Fitzpatrick starting the entire season for the Jets a couple of years ago. And I think that Poyer was in that realm of beloved Bills. I want to love you. He had so much success. He was a jersey you could wear forever. Yeah. Retired Bill jersey, right?
Yeah.
Just go retire or sign with the Vikings. Just get out. Just get out. Don't make me hate you. I don't want to hate you.
All right.
I mean, that's if he even plays, because I know he struggled with injuries a lot in Buffalo. So maybe you won't even have to worry about it if he doesn't see much time on the field.
That man took a bus to Kansas City to play in a regular season game. You don't think he's going to do everything humanly possible to play in those two games?
Against
the
Buffalo,
Bills.
you're saying?
I don't care about the rest of the season.
Yeah.
I agree with Tommy. I don't think the Dolphins are successful. They're worse now than they were last season, and they haven't won the division in 2 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
I just don't want that game. I don't want to. I don't want
he's
that
going to
game.
be the difference.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if he's a difference, but that one play or two where it's God.
Yeah. Because it's going to happen.
Because, Kimmy, if he somehow manages to come up with a pick or a pass breakup across the middle or a monster hit, he's blah, 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 blah. All right, everybody on hold, we got to move on because we have something we have to get to.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear this.
There are two sides to every story. And what we saw, a video that went viral earlier this week, is a man outside of a McDonald's in the city of Rochester with a speaker yelling he wanted his hash brown. He wanted his hash brown. And the question we asked was this man a hero or a villain? You thought the guy was a villain.
Yes.
I was torn. There are two sides to every story. And you may think you know what this man is going to say.
How he got there.
Yes, when we have him on the air. And I promise you,
okay,
you will not see what's coming.
All right.
And we will talk to the hash brown man next here in the break room on CMF. Eventually, we all come to a point in our lives where we have to take a stand.
Sure.
And that's what this is all about.
Mm-hmm.
This man decided he wasn't going to take it anymore.
Right.
He was going to show his displeasure. You may have seen him in the video that went viral over the weekend. But, Tommy, there are two sides to every story. And we're gonna get that other side right now. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. On Monday, we played you, as we said, a viral video that went viral in Rochester over the weekend. And it was a man standing outside of the Hudson Avenue McDonald's. And here's what we knew.
Mm-hmm.
The man says he paid for an extra hash brown with his breakfast, and he says they forgot it. And he wanted to voice his displeasure.
Yeah.
He is outside of the drive-through window. He has a karaoke machine and a microphone.
All set up.
You got it. And as the drive-through workers are doing their job, as the cars are pulling through to get their food, he was using that speaker to send a message.
Extra hash brown. Where's my extra hash brown? Where's my extra hash brown?
Where's his extra hash brown?
That needs to be on a T-shirt.
I know.
The marketing opportunity that this man is missing right now. So when we played that audio on Monday, where's my extra hash brown? I want my extra hash brown. I paid for my extra hash brown. We had asked, is this man a hero that we deserve?
Yeah.
Or a villain?
Oh.
And we started taking calls. Now, you thought the man was a villain.
Yeah.
I said I was split. Kimmy, we both had sympathy for this gentleman.
Yeah.
We've been
and
there
I said
before.
that there are worse complainers out there. Okay. Was my point.
We started taking calls, and it got split, like right down the middle. Some folks thought this guy was being ridiculous.
Yeah.
Some folks called up about that exact restaurant that we were describing. But throughout that whole discussion, we didn't have his side of the story.
Yeah, true.
Well, now we do. Because joining us in the break room, a man who just wanted his hash brown.
Damn.
Please welcome Bill. Bill, you're on CMF, buddy. How are you?
Good morning, everybody.
First of all, I want to thank you for taking time out of your hash brown consuming busy schedule to spend time with us. We really do appreciate it.
Yes, I understand.
Okay, so Bill, walk me through what got you to the point where you are standing with a speaker outside of McDonald's demanding your extra hash brown.
Well, they gave me the day off from work because there wasn't enough work, and I make deliveries. I'm a delivery driver.
Okay.
And I put the speaker in my car because I was going to go up to the park to do a little singing because that's what I do for a hobby. So
Put a pin in that. We'll come back. We're going to loop around back to that in a sec.
Okay.
Just all right. So you get to the restaurant, Bill, and you order your food.
Correct.
And then what happened?
Well, they made me pull up to the third window, which is irritating to me when everybody else is getting their food before you, behind you. There's no reason for me not to get the food. If they're getting the hash brown with their meal, there should be hash browns for my meal, and they shouldn't be getting their meal first. I'm a very honest person. In fact, this whole conversation right now, I'm going to take off my break later this afternoon. I'm not going to put this on working time.
It's a good man right there.
That would not be my move, but God bless.
I love you, Tommy, just by the way, and I listen to you guys all the time.
Oh, thanks, Bill. No, it does make sense that a break room listener would have a speaker with a microphone demanding his hash brown. All right.
It's all on brand.
So they put you out on the side there, and they come out with your food, and despite the fact that you waited, you don't have your extra hash brown.
Correct. Now, to mind you, this is like the fourth or fifth time I went there, and they've got the order wrong. And other people are there telling me their orders are always wrong also. So I've been known to protest. The thing I did wrong was the amplifier and on their property.
Okay.
You shouldn't be doing it. If I was across the street, just yelling with signs, then it would have been all legal, correct?
Yeah, I mean, but did you get in trouble? Did they, call the cops on you or anything like that?
No, but I think they were getting ready to, and that's
They had that look in their eye, Bill?
I actually put the speaker back in the car, and I took what food I did have and drink with a receipt, and I went in to ask to speak to the manager. And when I went in there, yes, my voice was loud, but it wasn't so loud as I was disrupting their business. Mm-hmm. I just did it so they knew I meant attention. And the manager would not come and see me. So I put the food down on the counter. I did not slam it down on the counter, and I left after that. And I did call McDonald's corporate. They were supposed to call me back. I still haven't got a call back from McDonald's corporate. I'm waiting for my $13 refund. And it's not about the money. I could care less about the money. and it was taking the stand, and that's why I left the food, to prove my point that,
Ain't right.
So you left everything. You were like, I don't want it at all. You just walked away from the whole order?
that I actually took my order from my car because it was a drive-up, and I walked it inside and set it on the counter and left.
You know what that is, Tommy?
I couldn't have done that, but what?
No.
It's a hunger strike.
Okay.
This man is the Gandhi of not getting a hash brown.
Gandhi didn't eat?
I mean, he looked pretty skinny, right? I don't know.
I just thought he had a good workout.
I'll hit his Wikipedia page. Okay, so, Bill, you walk through all this stuff. You're trying to be an honorable man despite the frustrations. It gets to you there. You get the speaker out. But the big question we had while we were having this conversation is, did you go home and get a speaker and then come back to yell about it? Or did you have the speaker in the car? No, you told us you had the speaker in the car, but when I spoke to you last night, and I talked to Bill for like 10, 15 minutes yesterday, really sweet guy, really nice guy. Yeah. All right. Bill, could you please tell folks listening why you always have the speaker in your car?
Well, on my time off, I like to go up to the park and sing. That's my way to relax. It's kind of my meditation. It's me getting away from everybody. And when I do it, I try to do it in an area where I'm not going to bother a lot of people. I do it off to the side or whatever. And if there's people near my usual spot, I'll actually go to a different spot because I don't want to disturb anybody.
So, Bill, you're not singing with like a hat out hoping people will give you money.
You ain't panhandling.
No, you're singing.
Oh, and here's another crazy, what you didn't ever see, was never put on media, but I actually sang in a couple of Walmart parking lots before, and people were trying to offer me money. I'm just doing it because I'm trying to get up the nerve of my stage fright. It's one of my goals I'm trying to get over and be more public. I like to entertain people, not that I'm a great singer or anything. I just like to entertain,
Okay, but
we're going to start tomorrow. So what's your ultimate goal here with the singing? Where do you see yourself if you get over your stage fright and you got your songs down? What do you want to do with it?
I want to, be able to maybe go on in some of these, what do you call it, where you're open mic night.
Like karaoke night, stuff like that?
Or like sing your own songs.
Just sing. Yeah,
I have my own theory about karaoke. Karaoke is karaoke if you're singing word from word. But if you're singing your best from your heart, it's not karaoke. It's actually singing. That's the way I feel.
Amen, brother.
Okay.
Right.
Amen.
So you're going to step above karaoke because you want, like, you actually want to put on your own performance.
Right. I'm not great at dancing and all that.
Who is?
That's why I do
you
it.
were moving pretty well in that video, Bill. I mean, you were shuffling pretty well. You're light on your feet for a man of your size.
All right, so he wants to go to like the coffee shops, the bars, do the open mic, the karaoke nights, but
Gotcha.
really take it seriously.
I mean, Bill, look, you and I being former performers.
Yes,
right?
and we killed in the parks.
Yeah, I heard you did. Old man in the front seat of a car. Hey, boys, I got a song I want to sing you with my mouth. But, Bill, look, I mean, Tommy and I both been there. You just got to go do it, man. You just got to go do it. You can do it. We believe in you.
Yeah, I'm forcing myself to go out there and do it. I mean, it's a long, long story of me being kind of a loner all my life and, not being popular in school and all that, always being to myself. And my music kind of is my love. It's what satisfies me, you know.
So we're talking to Bill. He is the man who went viral over the weekend, if you haven't seen it, in the hash brown video outside the Walmart, or excuse me, outside the McDonald's on Hudson Avenue. He had a 3-foot speaker, karaoke machine, and a mic, and we just heard that he went through the drive-thru. He didn't get his hash brown. It had happened multiple times to him. He wanted to speak to somebody. No one would speak to him, so he took the speaker out of his car that he uses to go sing in a park, not to anybody, but for meditation and peacefulness, to chant, "Where is my hash brown? I just want my hash brown. I paid for an extra hash brown," to the workers there. You were going to say something?
So, you say you struggle with the stage fright, but to have the balls to do what you did makes me think you've probably already over your stage fright, because I and Pat have been on stage and I ain't got the balls to do that, man.
Well, I guess you're kind of running on emotion though at that point though, right?
But that's what it's all
That
about,
is
man.
correct. And by the way, it was overboard. There's better ways of handling it, but nothing ever gets done when you try to handle it the right way. So, I mean,
I get it.
That's what you put on the back of the T-shirt.
All right, so Bill, before we let you go here, because I know you're in the middle of work, and we really appreciate you taking the time to chat with us here. The funniest thing to me about this whole story is like your video was all over social media in Rochester from like Friday into Monday when we talked about it. But you had no idea until you got to work this week?
That's correct, because I told you before, I'm a private person. I'm not on any social media, no Instagram, no Facebook, none of that. I do a live stream on one podcast on the weekends. I've been doing that more, but and I don't get one comment either, which kind of bothers me. I try to tell these people, tell me if I'm good or not. I need to know, So
I'm telling you right now, your story has got so many women wanting to meet this guy.
Wait. All right, hold on.
That's a great story that women love.
What, that he's got passion for singing and he just wants his hash brown?
Yeah, and he loves to sing and how he's been treated.
Okay.
Like, women get damn for this stuff, bro.
For God's sake.
If he went on social media,
there?
Yeah, seriously.
I'm telling you right now.
I'm telling you right now exactly what women want.
Yes.
Okay.
They want.
I am a total gentleman to women. I, would never raise my voice. Like what you seen was something that would never happen in a relationship.
Broads find this stuff adorable, bro. You would have if you went on social media right now with your story and that's set. You're done. You got your pick, my man.
I will say this.
All the hash brown honey's gonna be lining up with Billy Boy.
Hash brown honeys. If you ever create a band, you gotta call it Hash Brown Honeys.
Bill, I'm with Kimmy 100% here. If it's not the hash brown honeys, I'm not buying a ticket. I'm not coming to see you.
The scariest part is now I'm afraid to go up to the park because people are going to recognize me and they're going to, probably bother me, and I'm not. I want to be noticed, but I don't want to be bothered.
Bro,
I don't know, Bill. We're getting a lot of people that you're winning them over on our social media page.
There's going to be some Billy bunnies out at that park, my man.
Billy Brown buddies?
Oh, yeah.
What do we got over there?
By the way, sometimes I really bomb when I sing, and sometimes I think I sound pretty good.
No, it's all right. Tommy this morning did a joke where he asked, how do they milk the almonds? And he's been doing this for like 40 years. So nobody's perfect, Bill.
And it's such a bad joke, Bill. It keeps coming back.
That's how bad
it
is.
Again.
Kimmy, what do we got going on?
Somebody even asked, how can we watch or listen to this guy? We want to give him support.
Well, I mean, I can send Pat a video on that phone number he sent me yesterday.
All right. It's a video of you singing.
It's 4 years old, though. I don't have nothing recent.
That's okay.
So I think I'm a little better now because the government stepped in and I got caught, so I'm not allowed to have any fun stuff to make it funner.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Well, Bill.
You know what I mean. I get tested regularly.
I get what you're saying.
This is
Okay.
all natural.
I'm glad it went that way and not the way that other. I thought you meant something else, like you were filming videos with a whole bunch of illegal weapons in your hand. That's where my head went. Okay, Bill, I get what you're saying. Bill, if you want to send me that video, you are more than welcome to. I will say this, Bill, because after talking to you last night and having this conversation, I find you a really interesting guy. You seem like a really nice guy that regrets doing what you did, although I don't know if you should. I thought it was really interesting.
Yeah.
We all get pushed to a point. Bill, I do want to be clear, because we're on social media doing this job. People can be dicks just to be dicks.
And it's terrible when people say it comes out of their mouth.
And Bill, I don't want to see you get your I don't want to see you get your feelings hurt. Like I'd be happy to post it. I just don't want you to see a reaction if someone wants to be a dick just to be a dick and have it discourage you, because it shouldn't.
No, and I've been trying to comment back on the sites I can get on what other people are saying, he must have mental illness. I told that person that it's no joke of mental illness, at all. They should be joking about that. I try to be nice to answer. I try to take criticism. I like to know because I know I'm not good at times. And in fact, the video I'm going to send you, I think I'm better now than I was 4 years ago.
All right. Well, Bill, we'll do whatever you want us to do with it. You let me know in the text and do it at your earliest convenience because I know you got to go to work. In fact, we'll let you go. Bill, I appreciate the time, and we really appreciate your side of the story.
Sharing the story.
Because it gives a little bit of a different perspective.
Oh, yeah.
I look a lot better 4 years ago, too.
All right, well, don't say that. Bro. Don't say that with the women, Bill, because okay, great. Bill, thanks for the call, buddy. We really appreciate the time.
Thank you. I appreciate I appreciate it. Thank you.
Of course, Bill. There goes Bill.
What a sweetheart of a guy, man.
I mean, like, bro, I called him last night because he had called us yesterday. If you were listening around here during Where They Wine, and we wanted to talk to him. And the more that I talk to the guy, right, the more you can hear in his voice that he regretted it, and he seems like he's a little bit socially awkward, right? He admits it himself.
Yeah.
He has these.
But he's working on himself.
He's trying.
If it seems very self-aware.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And like, here's the thing.
What's that?
Now I'll ask you this.
Yeah.
To all the folks listening, 252 WCMF. Now that we have the other side of the story about him wanting his hash brown, does it change your opinion? Of
Oh,
what you
sure,
saw?
because you get the backstory.
Don't we all sometimes get pushed to the brink?
Sure.
Isn't there a point where you've decided at some point in your life where enough is enough? Don't we all have a moment where we've reached and maybe wish we hadn't gone that far afterwards?
Yeah, I mean, you get to the top of your hash brown. You had enough.
Well, I'm just saying, man. Think about the stresses that we're all under on a daily basis. Your job, the rent, the relationships with people you have, your bank account, the traffic, the weather, the government. Are we all, every once in a while, allowed a moment?
A hash brown away from losing it?
Yes, an overreaction.
Yeah.
When life is hard, it's the simplest things, Tommy, you lose it over.
Yeah. Right.
Something tiny at work irks the hell out of you. A little problem at home gets blown out of proportion.
And you might surprise yourself in those situations.
Yes.
You know?
And like to the point you just made, Kimmy, I do want to give Bill credit here. Because he sounds like if he could do it all again, he wouldn't have.
Yeah.
How many men, Tommy, do you know that can admit they have made a mistake?
After this phone call, one.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, he's self-aware.
Yeah.
He is. I don't know, man. Like, the more I talk to this guy, the more I really, really like this guy.
I don't know any man of that age that's actually working on himself.
And it sounds like
Like
you're
legitimately
right.
working on it.
Yeah, you were definitely right on that. Because I think, like, once you reach a certain age, you just dig your heels in.
Good
and
enough.
this is who I am now.
It's good enough.
We did get a tweet from @Christina Kesey. I'm with Billy the hash brown guy. I'd be a hash brown honey. On vacation in Florida with my man, and he didn't order me the extra hash brown I asked for. I was hash brown woman for a day. Bill is my spirit animal.
Hash Brown Woman is my favorite Santana song.
Got a hash brown woman. Gonna make me sing for a hash brown. She's gonna pull it out of me.
If we made baby doll tees for the ladies and sold them at the rock shop, how many hashtag hash brown honey checks do you think
You sell
we'd
out.
sell?
They'd all have to be extra large.
And like, here's the thing, man. I don't know if people heard what Bill was saying and still thought he was, nuts.
He was sincere.
I don't know if people still heard what Bill said and thought he is someone you wouldn't want to come across.
Right.
But I don't know, man. I feel like there's a lot more people than Bill that feel the way Bill do.
Sure.
And don't openly say it.
Yeah.
He wants to be something. He still has dreams despite the fact that he's a grown-ass person. He's insecure about things. That's all of us, man.
It is.
Like, his brutal honesty, talking to him last night and it coming across on the air this morning, it was refreshing.
We're all scared little boys.
Amen, buddy.
Yeah.
Amen. All right. Let's take a break. And I'll leave you with these words.
What's that? Go ahead.
I just want a hash brown. Where is my hash brown? I paid for an extra hash brown. Let's take a break. Like vulnerability may be attractive to your partner every once in a while.
Sure.
Right?
The sensitive side.
And they do say, as you overreact to things at home, right? You should never go to bed angry with somebody.
Yeah.
Well, it turns out that the overwhelming majority of Americans with their spouses never go to bed angry because they don't go to bed at all.
How's that work?
I'll explain everything next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Look, if you listen to the break room, you know we're not good with numbers.
Yeah.
But there's something about this study that is wrong.
Okay.
Because if this many people aren't sleeping because of their spouse, that means there are couples in this country where nobody is sleeping.
How does that work, man?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. You can log on to the contest page at WCMF.com right now.
Ooh, what am I going to get?
Enter for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see John Anderson and the Band Geeks, Yes, Epics, Classics, and more.
Wow.
That tour coming June 3rd to the Kodak Center. Tickets are on sale this Friday, March 15th, 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. Over 80% of Americans say their partner's sleeping habits keep them up at night.
And that was the case with my mother and father as they aged.
What do you mean?
Like they ended up sleeping in separate rooms.
Yeah, it was probably the sleeping habits and not your disgusting, gross-ass, fat, ignorant, loud, obnoxious father. With all due respect, obviously.
But it was all in him.
So what was he doing?
He snored.
Okay.
He had the Jimmy leg.
Okay, can we pause real quick? Is the Jimmy leg a legitimate diagnosis?
You've used it for multiple
if you Google
cases.
Jimmy legs, it's an actual thing.
Don't Google Jimmy legs. Sounds like a bad porn.
No, it's not. Well, it could be.
I was watching the Jimmy legs.
But yeah, like you get the jump, like might get this thing where they jump at night and they're sleeping, like their legs move constantly.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what causes it, but a lot of old guys get it. Maybe Jimmy started it. Old man Jimmy got the Jimmy legs.
My legs, I can't control them. I just want to live.
You start doing the Charleston at the end of the bed.
Is the Jimmy leg also restless leg syndrome?
Yes, same thing.
Oh, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
Is restless leg syndrome a real thing?
It was with my father. Like he would be sound asleep.
Okay.
And it's a twitch.
Yep.
It's like a lower body twitch, and it goes off all night. So picture that and snoring at the same time.
Okay,
It
that's
says a
rough.
condition characterized by the irresistible urge to move the legs, typically in the evenings.
And my old man did another thing. He talked in his sleep.
Oh man.
And he'd have like legitimate conversations about things, like he would have a nightmare about something and be talking about it in his sleep out loud.
So while snoring, he was talking in his sleep and kicking your mother.
Yes.
Okay.
All at the same time. And you can't sleep like that.
No, you can't.
So finally she just set up an air mattress in the den.
Wait, she didn't even get a real mattress?
No.
Your poor mother.
Yeah, and she did, and every night she'd inflate it and go in the other rooms. Like they'd watch TV together, and once he dozed off, she'd go in the other room, she'd take a hairdryer, fill up the mattress, and sleep in the other room, because they had a 2-bedroom condo in Florida.
There are prisoners in terrible countries that have better
Yes.
sleeping conditions than your poor mother.
Better lives than my mother.
So with 82% of Americans saying they are constantly kept up by their partner, the most common thing keeping people up is the snoring.
Yeah, boy, sorry, that's why they sell those CPAP machines. Right?
CPAP.
Yeah.
Yeah. CPAC machine.
Yeah.
That makes more sense in my mind for some reason.
CPAC?
After that, it gets all split up. 33% of partners say their partner's phone habits keep them awake. 33% of their partners say them getting out of bed keeps them awake.
When you get older, you start getting up and down a lot at night to take a Whizola.
Then there's the hogging the covers, the tossing and turning. I guess the Jimmy leg would count with that.
I wonder about pets in bed, having the dog in bed too.
But I
Ooh,
guess
that's a
that
good
wouldn't have
question.
to do with your partner so
Unless
much.
your
No,
partner
but like,
insists.
I want the
Oh.
dog in bed, and the dog's all.
Yeah.
Dogs are a pain in the ass to sleep with.
Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9268. Now, we know the room is split on this because, Tommy, you sleep like a dead body.
Like I don't move. I go over to the side. That's it. Yeah, you could put a chalk line around me.
So there's nothing your wife could do to wake you up.
No, and I also can't hear. So once I go to sleep, take the hearing aids out, it's silence.
On the other side of that, Kimmy, your husband does nothing but keep you awake.
Well, I'm a very, very light sleeper. I wake up to the smallest noises or inconveniences, so my husband doesn't have to do much to wake me up in the middle of the night. He's not really somebody who snores, but occasionally he does.
He's got to be like a sea lion in bed.
But
bro.
just,
What would that
but
sound
ju-
like?
You know when they get all pissed off at the other lions? You got to keep like a bucket of mackerel by the bed.
But every time he tosses and turns, like if he's tossing and turning at night, I like jump up a little bit on the bed. You know what I mean? Like it's like one of
It's like you're on the rolling seas,
Have you ever
man.
seen like the things kids do at camp where like they jump
The
off a
blob,
platform
Right.
and one side goes flying into the lake? I'm the person flying into the lake.
Okay.
I will tell you this. With men, I don't know how it is with broads, but men's sleeping habits only get worse as they get.
Yeah.
If there's a problem over the years, age is going to make whatever problem he has worse.
Okay. Yeah, I'm starting to see that in my marriage. I used to be like a dead body sleeper.
Yeah.
And I think when you have kids, it just goes away, right? Because I'm always constantly afraid of
hearing
whatever.
noises and
But my wife's even worse than I am, and I know that I keep my wife awake. Like I need like multiple pieces of equipment now to be able to sleep.
Yeah.
Because I got the CPAP machine.
Like your special pillow.
I have
right?
my shoulder pillow, which has been a lifesaver. If you got shoulder pain, go get one of these shoulder pillows, man.
Hey, you sound 70 years old.
Bro, I'm telling you, like it was.
It's the MF or a pillow.
It was life changing.
Is this the one where you kind of put your arm through the pillow? It has like a hole in it?
Yeah, it's like an iceberg,
Okay.
and then it has like a full body pillow that wraps around the whole thing.
Right.
And because I was waking up in the middle of the night just like, or I'd wake up and my arm would be completely numb, which is always a great feeling.
Well, I guess though, if you have something like that, no matter how much equipment it takes, the less you're moving around and tossing and turning, the better it is for your wife. Right?
Yeah, but I will say this: it kind of kills the romance of the bedroom.
Sure, you're not you can't cuddle.
Well, and like even when like it's time for like intimate things.
Romance.
Yeah.
You got to move the shoulder pillow.
Well, no,
off
because the shoulder pillow is so big, it's not moving. I'm keeping it there. So now we've lost half of the bed.
Okay.
Right, and we're and like she can't like surprise me with stuff anymore because she has to like climb
knock on the door.
Well, she has to climb on top of my iceberg shoulder pillow, and there's just something not sexy about being wrapped in a full body pillow while you're trying to like do sexy stuff. That being said, 252-WCMF, 252-9263, with over 80% of Americans saying their partner's sleeping habits are keeping them up at night, something about that number doesn't make sense.
At some point, you got to sleep.
Well, but here's the thing. If 82% of Americans say their partner is keeping them up at night, then that means there's a ton of couples who are both awake at the same time because of what the other is doing.
Yeah.
Like if 50% of Americans were kept up at night, that would, in theory, account for every couple in America because one is awake and one is sleeping.
Right.
So that means, based on these numbers, there are relationships, and a lot of them, where folks are upset that their partner is keeping them up while they themselves are also keeping their partner awake. How does that work?
Well, unless, one chooses to sleep on the couch or in another room. Maybe that's the only way it works.
You'd have to pull a move like my mother. You have to literally get out of the room.
No, but I'm saying, like, yeah, and I get that would be the solution here, but what are the odds that you have two people that are keeping each other up with their little idiosyncrasies and noises and movements and things like that?
But I guess, we all do weird stuff when we sleep.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about this, too. Just think about people with gas. And I mean out of both ends. When you sleep, like
it's hitting a little close to home here.
But you know what I'm saying, between belching and farting all night.
Yeah.
You got like a literal band next to you.
To your point, my husband's farts have. I've woken up out of a dead sleep because of a fart.
There's something
because of the impact or the smell.
The smell.
So that's the other thing that pisses my wife off. Like the impact when you're sleeping, like sleep farts.
Because you don't know you're doing it.
And they go long and they go deep.
It's just ass snoring.
And usually if you do it
Worst
once.
BG song of all time.
Ass snoring, smelling your ass.
It's never just one. You're gassy throughout the night.
You're right. And on top of that, like if you have a CPAP machine, you don't even smell what's going on with your own body.
Gassy throughout the night.
No, I'm telling you, like it's never just one fart ever.
I've woken my wife up,
who
then proceeds to wake me up and yell at me.
Sure, and you don't know what you're doing.
I didn't even think about it. I would be so pissed if I was your wife. You're breathing in this clean air, just
well, yeah,
like
you got
in
the machine.
dreamland.
Yeah, I got the mask on. I'm like,
while she's like inhaling your butt air.
My butt air? No, you're 100% right. So here's the thing. We know now, as time has moved on, how important sleep is to our bodies, right? The last 20 years, there's been like a huge step forward, yes, and how poorly your body can be affected if you're not sleeping. And it affects every part of your life if you're not. So if over 80% of Americans are being kept up at night by their partner, why are separate rooms for married and dating people not acceptable?
I guess there's a shame to it. Like, you're just roommates then.
But there's a legitimate reason here. Like, if you're getting a better night's sleep and you're more refreshed, I would think that would make your relationship stronger because I'm less likely to snap. I'm more likely to be refreshed and pleasant with you.
But it's probably the one time in the evening when you get in bed together where you can decompress and talk.
That's true.
Right. And if you're going off into another room, you're
You're
going
to
roommates.
bed and waking up by yourself every day. I mean, I know they're just a room away, but
still, it's yeah.
252 WCMF 252-9263. We have Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. This isn't great.
Right.
This comes in from Ann. Ann says, "I'm divorced because I couldn't sleep. There were other issues, but my husband keeping me up at night with snoring and kicking me, I couldn't take it anymore."
And then he went to bed.
We come back. We wrap it up. We tell you what we're doing tomorrow next to the Break Room on CMF. It's going to be Rabbaroo.
Radio, I'm there, Rabbaroo.
For a Wednesday Break Room CMF, that makes tomorrow a Thursday. You know what that means.
Oh, boy, we're about to bitch it out.
That's right. We got a Bitch Voice Theater coming at you just after 7 o'clock. Also, St. Patrick's Day this weekend, the actual holiday Sunday, the parade on Saturday. If you have not checked the forecast, it looks like it might be one of the best parades we've had in years.
Oh, yeah. You guys are
it's been
set
a
up.
rough couple of years, weather-wise.
But we're looking at cloudy, high of 51 degrees on Saturday.
That's Irish right there. Cloudy and 51. That's like perfect Irish music weather.
That's the first right thing you've said all morning. I can't wait to go. Oh, God, I can't wait. I'm so excited. But, shut up. There's always a potential issue on St. Patrick's Day involving one specific thing.
Right.
Well, you hate kids in bars.
Yeah.
Hate it. Like, despise it. It's one of your least favorite things in the world.
It's not necessary.
And I tend to agree with you in most cases that taking a kid to a bar maybe isn't the best idea. However, St. Patrick's Day is an interesting monster because there are folks who want to go out and get after it for the holiday and have a good time by themselves as adults.
Right.
And there are folks that treat St. Patrick's Day as a big-time family holiday. And then you have the problems of places that are bars that also serve food.
Yeah, they're restaurants.
You have bars, restaurants that people will treat as bars on St. Patrick's Day, but folks will be in there having meals. And it all adds up to a lot of places you'll go to go have fun and get crazy may also have 5, 8, 10, 12-year-old kids in there.
Yes.
So when it comes to St. Patrick's Day, are you given a pass for baby, toddler, teen at the bar?
Oh.
And we'll get into it and a whole bunch more tomorrow here in the break room on CMF. For Kimmy, who ain't sleeping ever, which actually describes why your personality is towards us a lot better.
Probably, yeah.
By the way, can I also say I love your husband in general.
Yeah.
I love your husband more now because he keeps sending me snaps of you. Are you aware that he's taking your picture and sending it to me? Okay.
What happened?
Well, she had chicken tacos last night.
We did.
And she was getting after
great.
it, bro.
Oh, yeah.
She was getting after it.
Taco Tuesday.
Keep
Do
your
you
hand-
get any lamer, man?
What? We just made
Do you
tacos.
actually have Taco Tuesday at your house?
Why is that lame? It's
Because
awesome.
it's Taco Tuesday.
Did either of you say the words Taco Tuesday?
You
while
know
were
they
there?
did.
I actually forgot yesterday was Tuesday, so no.
Okay. Well, that's fair.
But
If
we've
you just-
said it in the past.
So what was Taco Tina doing?
Well, no, it was like keep your hands and feet away from her mouth. She was just inhaling these chicken tacos.
How many
Well, it
chicken
was like
tacos?
I filled it up too much, so you couldn't set it down.
You had like runny hands.
Yeah, that's why I couldn't
You
put
had
the taco
taco
down.
juice all over your hands.
It's a loaded taco, my friend.
How many tacos?
Two
Honey.
giant tacos.
What's a giant taco?
It was, bro. You couldn't even see, like, you couldn't see from her nose to her neck. That's how big this taco was.
That's a mighty taco right there.
For Tommy Millet, who has plenty of juice running down his hands, not taco related.
Ew.
Your brain sparked out. You got so excited.
Well, you got that.
My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room at 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.